UK guys help by explaining, oh, these are the US contest clubs and these are their members, so that they could have the contributions to members. But I can't because contest.artyrl.org is among the things that are down this week.
Yeah. So, I'll try to watch time for you guys.
Sure.
To maximum 20 minutes. That is fine for the presentation. And if we can do that, then we'll have time if we can just have a little discussion. But I think we ought to try to avoid too much discussion during the thing that this is over, and then it gets kind of other.
Yeah, I always like questions at the end.
Because
What
sometimes,
order are they going in?
well, you can do it however you want, but the agenda that I have up here is you going first, and then him to do the ready, and after Nate, and then me and I will go. Is that okay with you, or do you go around? Yeah, that.
So then you're a lead out there.
So I wonder.
We could start 5 minutes late.
Pardon?
We could start 5 minutes later. We could have 5 minutes of digital contesting generalities until we jump in the deep end.
The lines were pretty long out there yet.
Yep.
It's still streaming in.
Oh, thanks for making it in. We appreciate having an audience.
So were the lines long just to get in,
Yeah.
or people getting tickets?
No,
Just to get in?
both, actually both. Just to get in. I mean, they had us standing out in the rain and for long. They said the fire marshal had to come through and okay everything, so you'd be late.
And they're checking each individual ticket as you walk in,
Just
right?
show it, come through.
They go pretty
quick.
There's no security check.
Pretty quick.
Walk in.
Walk in, so it's just a matter of moving a lot of people. Did you all have trouble finding this location at all, or?
Yes.
I've done this a few years and I've looked at the map, yeah, but it is obscure. The map was pretty. You do have to know where you're going.
Yeah, but if you're new, you gotta come
You
in
know.
and you gotta find out where the book is and find the
Yep.
map, and, by the time you do all that.
YLRL events.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
They haven't had.
Thanks for being
On
here.
your phone.
Yeah.
Also,
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it.
the traffic coming in was backed way up the cars, and they were taking a long time to get people parked. So I wouldn't be surprised if people come late.
Yeah, so I don't know how long we wanna wait.
That's the problem.
Well, I would suggest we go ahead and get going, because,
Well, we can at least wait till quarter after.
right, until the quarter after, but then.
Maybe we can hit the previous slides as questions come up.
Right, but then we can get into discussion and people can join
Right.
in that, well, but there's no sense wasting time not doing it. Okay.
Jeff, did they let you in earlier, or?
Not all of us speakers ended up with tickets, but we did end up with parking passes.
Oh.
If you have a parking pass that says committee on it, they don't even give you directions where to park. You can just do anything you want with your car on the entire paragraph. And you're committee, so you're golden. I think we could be doing donuts around the fairground. They would go committee. Yeah, we could.
Well, I'm on a ready contest.
But Courtney drove us,
Amazing.
so we were golden. We got here plenty of time. We found all the equipment mostly already set up, and then we got set up. We're good. I'm gonna spend a lot of time I'm gonna spend more time than past years in forums this weekend, because it's the convention, YLRL National Convention tomorrow. So I think I'm gonna hit more forums than usual. Nothing against the vendors, but I think I'm gonna hit more forums than usual.
Well, you don't have anything to buy yet, right?
I have nothing to buy. I don't want to buy anything. If I had something to unload, I'd be out there with Ted in the rain. it's like the perfect CW rig. I mean, people say K3 is a great rig. No, the HW16 is a better rig.
Really?
Split, no problem. It's hard to be simplex. Split's easy.
Yeah, I had to ask around to find this place.
You made it, thank you. Even 1, 2, and 3 confuse me in it. All right? It's not obvious. All the entrances are like on the side of the building, behind what looks like, you know,
Well,
utility
each 1
stuff.
and 2 on the end of the building, right where the courtyard is, there's a big sign.
That's
At least
easy
you know
to
where the
find,
building
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
But then you gotta find the door to get in.
Yeah, yeah.
You might think it's the door at the front. No, that door's not open.
I did find a volunteer, and he
Yes.
directed me down here.
Thank every volunteer you see.
I wouldn't have found it if
Thank every volunteer you see. This is the best thing ever.
They have a busy day, because it's that way, they're like 800 or something.
Yeah, I'll spend a lot of time doing that today. Thank you.
You'll be busy.
Okay, well, if we get one more person, then the
Yeah, we're
audience
pretty good.
equals the number of presenters and the team. There we go.
All right, we're official now.
Yeah. Welcome.
had to come in just as a So I think your tabulation that I saw on the video
Yeah.
showed, what, 1,400 and some odd people in the last digital contest? Entries, was it?
Yeah, and that was just that was just that year, but,
Just that year?
yeah, but,
That wasn't last year?
that was 2022 most
Oh,
likely.
22.
I should update it. You know, WPX Phone had just a record number of participants this year. That was astounding.
And I don't think the room is small enough, the crowd right now is small, we almost don't need mics.
We don't really need the mics, no.
So just when we're recording, trip over.
Okay, well, I think we'll probably still have people wandering in, since I understand there's people still trying to get parked and get to the place if they didn't get here as early as we did. So, let's go ahead and kick it off, and if we can get through our presentations, we'll have time for discussion. I think that'll be the more important part. So, I'm Ed Munns, W0YK, the moderator of this forum. Welcome to everybody. As we were remarking earlier, I think we've got as many presenters and parts of their team as we do audience right now, but that's okay. We'll just have better discussion. So we've got 3 presentations keyed up for today. This is what we're going to talk about, and we've got 2 presentations to start with on some Thursday night activities that will help you check out your station and build your operating skills and so forth, both in RTTY and in FT. And we've got some pretty interesting things to talk about there. And then Courtney and I are going to talk about SO4R and what the possibilities are there. Not sure we can operate that as well as what the technology can give us these days, but we'll talk about what's available with that. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ron Koenig, WV4P. You probably know the call NJ4P is the contest call that's used by Ron and Trina and their team, of which we've got, what, 3 people here today. And so he's going to talk about our Thursday night RTTY practice that happens every week, and encourage everybody to get involved with that. Let me get
make sure you please use the microphone when you talk.
Oh, we have to use a microphone?
If you don't use the microphone, we can't hear you on the live stream or the recording.
You're recording this?
Yes. And we're live streaming it, and we can't hear anything if you don't talk into the microphone.
And we have to use this, we can't use the other microphone.
As long as it's plugged in that soundboard, you can.
So we can use this?
I was told that we have the Q&As, but I'm not a cop, so they're welcome to use it.
Oh, so you wanna arrest us if we use it?
Nope.
Will you not tell anybody?
You don't tell anyone. As long as it comes over the house speakers,
Okay.
good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so do you wanna use that one or this one?
Probably this one.
Oh. Tell that we practice the logistics.
Yeah.
Okay, so, anything else you need, or you're just gonna wing it?
I'm gonna try to wing it.
With that speaker, you can't see the slide, but you can read it. But you're gonna have to film
Oh, excellent,
you
excellent.
talking in here anyway.
Yeah.
Did you guys take the bus? Okay.
So we know it worked in 1 year anyway. No, but you can see it up there. And he has to be at the mic, has to be at that
He
mic.
can hold the mic and look at this big screen.
Yeah, he can hold that
We would
mic
love
and
that.
come out here and big screen.
That's whatever.
Yeah, can you grab that and run rapid return? That'll be good. Excellent.
Now you're there.
I'm starting to fill in now. So for many years, radio outside of contests has been rare. The FT8 modes have kind of taken over and moved a lot of the other digital modes to the background. Today, universal test for is the band open is to listen to the FT8 segment. And I'm sure many of us, even if we don't use it, FT8, go there to see what propagation is and see that what bands are open where. In 2017, many of the medium, large size DXpeditions offered RTTY activity on one or more bands. After 2017, that's taken a sharp swing down, and most of the DXpeditions are concentrating on FT8 as one of their main sources of QSOs. And back to a lack of RTTY outside of contests is a major impediment to newbies, and experienced alike. Any type of testing changes, anything you do to your setup, a new radio, anything, it's just really hard to find RTTY signals on the band. You can receive the ARRL stuff, but you can't transmit back to them. You can't have a QSO. And testing is really important because any change can have it absolutely not working, and the worst time to figure that out is at the opening bell of the contest. So the NCCC RTTY Sprint ran from 2012 through 23, and it had its ups and downs. At times there were a decent amount of people using it, but many weeks there was 4 or 5 people on it, and it was basically a work N3QE, one and interleaving Q, work N3QE, over and over for 30 minutes. A lot of people, I tried to get people into it, and most of them they didn't like the Sprint format. They didn't like the dupes. They didn't understand it, and it wasn't fun to them. So it wasn't doing a lot. Next. So in December of 2023, the it was announced that they were gonna kill the NS Ready due to a lack of participation. So they talked amongst themselves and come to the conclusion that it just wasn't viable. Well, Tim and I had been talking, and we'd been talking to other people and trying to see if a normal ready contest would interest them, and it was pretty much a resounding yes. Everybody said, I talked about it and decided on a name for it, the rules for it, and this happened extremely fast. It went from an idea to, it was on the online scoreboard, it was on the contest calendar, it was in the ARRL weekly notices. It went from an idea to it was real in a week. And the first one, see what just, okay, that's discussing the first release that we had on what it was, and it was January 3rd of 24 that we announced, which was right before the RTTY Roundup. So it worked out perfectly that just prior to the RTTY Roundup contest and coinciding with some of the practices that Ed normally puts out there for it, we were able to have it in there, and I forget how many we had
I think we have some stats.
Okay.
We had well north of 40 people the first one.
Right. So the time slot is the same one that was filled by the NS Ready, so there was no issues with messing up any of the other Thursday night contests. The time, it's convenient for many in North America, but with the time change, we lost some East Coasters with the daylight savings time, but we gained some West Coast. So it kind of balanced out on it. And we have, every week we've had some DX in there. We have a couple of Russians, a couple South America. There's always a few DX, it seems like, that are trying to work it, and some actually making a decent amount of QSOs for a low power contest. The exchange is very simple. It's name and state. It's the same format that the highly successful CWTs follow and the NAQPs. So you don't turn in any logs. It's all just posted to 3830. There's 1 point per QSO, and each unique call sign is a multiplier once. So it doesn't matter if you work them on more bands, it's a multiplier one time the first time you work an individual call sign. The contest logger support, we have a UDC that Tim made for N1 Mike. It works pretty good most of the time. We're hopefully soon going to have it native in N1 Mike and make that a little bit easier. There's several other contest loggers that have added it or have the capability to put it in there. And I've talked to several people that are using different ones. Bruce, Whiskey Alpha 7, Bravo November Mike, he was golden. He got it added to the 3830 scores, the contest calendar, all of it in just record time, which allowed it to actually happen with no downtime, not missing any weeks of it. And sometimes we remember to post it on the reflectors, and some weeks we don't, but it doesn't, hadn't had a big impact on the amount of people coming. Okay, time it was right before the radio roundup. I was getting ahead of myself there. Great practice opportunity for it. And 48 hams turned out for the very first one, with many familiar calls, but also new calls. And that's been a big thing about it is every week we have new calls. We have people that we've never seen on RTTY before that are getting on and figuring it out. And the venue is just perfect. The venue is just perfect. They can go at their pace, and you can watch several of them that have just progressed week to week, that start out with making 5 QSOs in 30 minutes, and a couple of weeks later they're at 25 QSOs. It's really neat to watch it. And in the first one we had P49X, Ed, ACOC. It was just a really incredible turnout of all the people you expect to see in a RTTY contest. So far to date, or as of May 10th, we've had 169 unique call signs that have reported to 3830. So probably at least 150 different people have participated. Some of them have used different call signs in different practicing and stuff. Approximately 90% are reporting to 3830 based on the number of unique calls worked versus what we're seeing on 3830. And average week is 25 plus stations. Sometimes it's 35 or 40. I think the lowest we've seen it was until this week was about 25. So it's been very successful for the short amount of time it's been running. And you can see on the right the honor roll, of course, Tim at the top. How many people have worked it consistently, and as of that time, it'd been running 19 weeks, I believe. You've been in every one.
Until last night, yes.
Yes. So at that point, it had been running 19 weeks, and several of us, and a couple that are here today in the audience, are all sitting there at 19. So that's pretty impressive to me that we were able to introduce it and keep people's attention. So it's definitely working. So want to get on RTTY for the first time, this is the perfect way to do it. And we've got a Facebook group. Any questions on there, there's, no matter what radio you have, whether you're trying to do AFSK, FSK, somebody on there is going to be able to help you out. Don's website, AA5AU at RTTYcontesting.com. There's a ton of setup instructions there. The WRT rules at radiosport.world. There's a ton of information out there, and a ton of people that are willing to help to get you working in the contest, in the WRT. There's a lot more patience, and if you're not ready to jump into a contest, people are testing before, people are often testing after. It's probably the best time to try to make a non-contest RTTY queue would be the 15 minutes leading up to the WRT. And there's a lot of people every week. I see multiple QSOs starting beforehand, and BE5MX Todd up in Canada, Saskatchewan, almost always is having a few QSOs on there. So if you're not ready to jump in, which it's really low pressure, it's fun. And here's some 3830 scores testimonials. The N8 IVN.
He was on for his first time
Okay.
and a WRT.
There we go. And K9 TI, it's great to have a weekly ready contest again. Enjoyed the sprints, but I feel this is going to help me sharpen my skills. Thank you to Tim and Ron for organizing. It was great seeing so many folks on for the first event, and see everyone next week. K6LL, very seasoned operator, and he had made some hardware and grounding changes, was able to get on high power and test it. And like we said earlier, it's a low power contest, but if you're testing prior to a contest, you want to work at QRO, you want to work at multi-op, just put on 3830 what you were doing. And we don't care. There's going to be some plaques, there's going to be some awards. We're still in the process of going through all of that, and mostly the low power is what's going to qualify for that. But you're welcome to do whatever you want. The Facebook page showing their weekly ready test, some really good people on there. There's already 400 plus members, and just a lot of information, a lot of people willing to help people set up with whatever radio you have. And the meme on the right, it's really the epitome of it. So many people can do ready, but it's a 30, 45 minute process of figuring out how to set it all back up. With this weekly test, it keeps it fresh. It's right there. It makes it easier, and just keeps everybody ready for it. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Ed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. I have just lost the cursor up here, so I don't know how to control this thing. That's going to be a little hard. How do I get it off the screen? Okay, so the AV people, if you're listening, we could use some help here. Oh, there it is. There we go. Wow, that was spooky. Okay. All right, next up is Tim Chopa, N3QE. You probably know this call if you've operated any contests at all in almost any mode. And he's been an instigator in a lot of good things, certainly on the digital side. Until a few months ago was the contest columnist for CQ Magazine, and has put together a lot of really interesting contest statistics to kind of bust some of the myths that we've all been wondering around about about contesting. So we're getting some facts in here to disturb all the discussion. So I think you're good to go, Tim. And do you want to do the slides? You want me to?
How about you do the slides for me?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ed. I've been a ham for 40-some years, but it wasn't until I discovered contesting about 15 years ago that I really jumped in the deep end. It's been a blast. The digital contesting community, all the contesting communities are great, but the digital contesting community is especially welcoming. Please get on for contests, whatever digital mode you want. We would love to learn what you can contribute to it. Thank you. WSJT mode contesting began with the announcement of FT8 in June 2017. By July, FT8 was being used in the CQ VHF contest. From this point forward, FT8 is now the most used mode in VHF UHF contesting. There's some of the contests sort of have a analog, which is CW and phone category, but the bulk of the action very quickly shifted to FT8. In December 2018, the FT8 roundup is the first HF FT8 contest. Ron WV4P came out of nowhere to lead with the techniques and how to win that. Thank you, Ron. January 2019, FT8 is allowed for the first time in the YLRL RTTY roundup. FT8, you know, the complaint back in 2018 was it was like watching paint dry. If you're a contester, you want rate, you want something to go faster, and I'm all about rate. I love rate. When FT4 was announced by K1JT in April 2019, that was a step forward. We now had 2 WSJT modes that were usable for contesting. FT4 was fast, FT8 could get you DX. Maybe between the two, we can build up something interesting here. The first running of the WW Digi contest is in August 2019. That's built around both FT8 and FT4. It's a distance-based contest, so doing FT8 for distance makes sense for points. At the same time, there's multipliers in WW Digi, so the FT4 mode is going to be used for at least some time, to work some close-in mults per band. In January 2021, there's a RTTY-only category in ARRL RTTY Roundup. In January 2022, the ARRL RTTY went back to being RTTY only, but that was because in June 2022, we had the first running of the ARRL digital contest. I've done that, well, only a couple times. Nobody's done it more than a couple times. The distance-based format of the ARRL Digi is very interesting now that we're here at SolarMax. I was on last June for the ARRL Digi. It was astounding. 15 meters was open at 2 a.m. to Europe and Asia. It was astounding. I had never seen anything like that before. Here I am at 100 watts, pecking away, picking off calls in FTA, FT4, all on the other side of the world, working gobs of points. It was great. Anyway, we have a number of weekly activities. I work for a major subway system, so I draw them here on a subway map. On Sunday and Friday, we have the slow-speed CW tests. So the bulk of the calendar contest, of the contest calendar is the 48-hour UTC weekend. But there's events that happen outside that. Sunday and Monday, we have the SST, the slow-speed CW test. That's under 20 WPM activity. On Monday, we have the medium-speed CW test. On Tuesday, we have some phone activity. On Wednesdays, we have the CWTs, sponsored by CW Ops. They have a booth over there. The activity over there is very much towards the high end of CW. On Thursday, we have the new FT4 event I'm going to be telling you about. We have the WRT that Ron was telling us about, and we have the Thursday night CWNS Sprint. And then on Friday, we go back to the SST again. So we slotted the NCCC sanctioning committee, I guess, worked with VE7, worked with VE7AB and WNUE to set up a weekly RTTY sprint on Thursday nights, and similar to what NCCC has done with RTTY and CW. It was 1 year ago that was announced, right, Ed? At this forum.
The heater was through my cell phone and the microphone.
Yes, yes, and I was super excited about it. Doing a major RTTY contest a couple times a year is one thing. It's a different thing to get on every single Thursday night and see what you can do to maximize your points, maximize your rate. For me, it's a little game against myself. Can I do better than I did last week? What new can I learn? This has been a huge opportunity for me. We set up the FT4, the NCCC Thursday night FT4 sprint. It's a half hour. It runs from 0100 through 0130, right before the RTTY test that Ron told us about. The originally proposed exchange, and this is still used to an extent, it involves using the every broadcast you make, you're sending your call sign and the other guy's call sign, and you're trying to send your grid as often as possible. It's not a bad start, but the use of the R in the transmissions might not be recognized by every piece of RTTY software as sort of an acknowledgement that effectively completes the QSO. On a Thursday night, while our turnout has been often in the teens, number of people reporting the 3830 for the FT4 sprint, we spend a lot of the time working people who don't even know there's a sprint going on at the same time. That's exactly the true as the major FT4, FT8 contests that happen once a year, right, Ed? So in addition to working on other contesters, you're working people, or at least their computers, and getting points for their QSOs and their mults. The proposal was to have a shorter QSO phase than the standard FT4, FT8 sequencing, with the hope that the R in the reply would terminate the QSO and end it right there. And that works with several major FT4, FT8 packages, but not all of them. Let's go to the, we did have some packages. Mechanism ought to really be optimized for completing the QSO, not for sending an endless reply of acknowledgements. Many remarks have remarked that the sprints have improved their FT4 and FT8 operating ability. I've also been able to figure out different ways to use WSJT and N1MM to maximize my score. FT operating is a little bit inflexible about what you can and can't do, but again, hovering my finger over that next message button, just a fraction of a second. It's a little half hour of, you know, what's he gonna send me next and what button do I gotta click on next to do the most efficient thing to maximize my rate. We have a number of FT4 and FT8 contests coming up. I want to highlight the YLRL International Digital in June, first weekend of June. With us being at Solar Max, expect lots of DX activity. Don't expect it at the normal time that you would expect in a fall or winter contest. Like I said, last summer, I was astounded to find 15 meters wide open to Asia and Europe at 2 a.m. my time. And WWDigi is at the end of August, and the FT roundup is in December. I'm doing single radio, and W1UE is doing 2 radio. So if you want to look for sort of the state of the art there, K3MM is also on. He's doing 2 radio. Okay, so I have to admit that you know, it certainly keeps my attention hovering my finger over that button of what to do next. An SO2R guy, he must have twice as many fingers as me. What can I say? If I work you later, I will put you in the log. If you were sending an infinite loop of signal reports and I never got you to move beyond that, then I didn't put you in the log. Very often I work these guys later in the half hour, and with success.
Okay, but I'm getting tired of just sending requests for the signal. He's asking your advice. What does he do inside?
If you're on for this event and you got my grid square, put me in your log. You know, log on, err on the side of putting guys in the log. Don't be particularly picky about if he got your grid square and you got his grid square, that's the end of the QSO. It's great that if somebody gets an acknowledgement, but if you see somebody moving on, they probably already put you in their log.
Okay, so I would hit a button and say log it.
Yep, and then move back to CQing. Yep. Yeah, and again, we're aiming, I'm always aiming for rates greater than 30. I'm never going to run in a loop for more than a minute. I will probably give up before then. Yes.
There is a long QSO button on WSJTX.
Yes.
You got a call sign in there.
I can guarantee you when I'm operating, I'm clicking a lot. Every 7.5 seconds, I'm clicking on something. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. That was great. Yeah, so just to follow up on that, there's 2 ways that I can think of to get out of the loop when you're caught on it in your side. One is what we talked about, is just log it. That gets you out. The other is to get into the help files, the manual, and learn about alternate messaging and set that up on your computer. And that allows you to go in and instantly, as quickly, you know, whenever you decide you want to get out of the loop, go in and send any message you want. So you can go in and send your 73 message, and then the auto sequencer will be happy, or go back to CQ. You don't have to go to a CQ. You can go and call another station. But in general, kind of an overview to your question, I would say, you know, try a couple cycles and see if, you know, he'll come back to your request, because in general, what you're actually communicating to Tim is that and he should know this, is that you need the next message in order for your auto sequencer to go forward. So if he weren't trying to go so much for speed, and if he didn't have everything that he needed, he would stop and send you a signal report so that your sequencer could go ahead. And maybe he did that, but maybe you didn't receive it. And so at some point, you just don't want to keep going through the cycles. And so on your side, just decide after whatever, you know, your judgment, 2 or 3 times, and cut it off by one of those two methods. Yeah.
Let me ask you another question. Okay, so you get someone who may be in the, who's ending up in the contest, and he has a normal format and he puts in a signal report. And so obviously he's waiting for a signal report.
Yep.
From you. And is there a way to like quickly change the sequence so that just to make him happy go?
Well,
That's
again, you got to be really quick on the mouse, but you can enable and then switch to sending the signal report to that guy, and hope he gets it, and that's enough for his auto sequencer to complete.
So I can click on something.
Yeah. So yeah, if I see somebody sending me a signal report twice, I do switch and I send him a signal report to try to make sure that he's got everything he wants, which is more than you need for the contest. You don't need a signal report, just to make sure he can move on with his auto sequence.
Well, that's my question. You say switch. So am I switching from one cell format to another one that he
you're enabling the alternate messages, which define the function keys at top to be keyed with each one of the messages. So you just hit one of those and it does that message instead of what the next auto sequence is. But I believe you don't have to keep enabling and disabling that. You can just set that up for the session and have it be ready. So at any time during, you know, the sequence, if something gets messed up, you can always fall back and just manually hit the message that you want.
Yeah.
Pardon?
You can put your own messages in
Right. Well, that's true.
You don't have a lot of time to freehand type with the.
but you can put that in and then just click on that.
Okay, I'd like to postpone, you know, this discussion. If we can get through the next presentation, then we can open it up and have a more interactive discussion. So we're going to switch gears now from operating to a new piece of gear that's coming available to us, some more technology for us to take advantage of. And in parallel with this continually evolving product, we're learning how we want to use it and what features we might want to have to solve different problems. And I've personally been involved on that on the usage side as a user. And we have the designer of the product here. And after this session, you can go over to the DX Engineering booth and have more discussion about the product than what we're going to get into today. So this is really going to just be a snapshot from both the application side and from the product itself and how these things might work together. So the product is Rig Select Pro, and I'm going to start off by setting up some background for why you might want to think about this particular product. And so this is going to be kind of a tandem presentation between myself, or with myself and Courtney. So a little bit about SO2R, and I realize that not everyone in the room is doing SO2R or is interested in that, but one of the things, and especially in digital contesting and RTTY in particular, is that once you learn that your station's working really smoothly, there's a lot of dead time as you're waiting for things to do, because you're not copying CW in your head or even listening to sideband. You're just hitting keys that are sending messages, and the computer's really doing a lot of the work. So you got a lot of brain power, and people are finding themselves watching TV, doing email, reading a book, watching a sports game while they're contesting in RTTY. And so that's when you can think about doing another radio. When your one radio is transmitting, you can be listening on another and vice versa. And that's the whole idea around SO2R, as Tim has told us to get the rate up. So there's kind of two architectures that I think about for being able to do multiple radio contesting. And the first one is where you have a single PC, but you have two, or you could have more radios. And then there's a controller in the middle that switches your input and output devices, your UIs, between the two radios at the appropriate time. And your software on the PC knows from where you are which radio that you want to operate on to do the switching. So that's kind of the typical SO2R controller. Almost everyone on the market is using this kind of a configuration. And so the focus is, in other words, which radio the PC has steered the controller to is determined by what the operator does on that PC. So usually there's a keyboard command, maybe the up and down arrows on the keyboard that allow you to get from radio 1 to radio 2 and back and forth. One of the things that means is that now part of your brain cells are doing this little subroutine, keeping track of where you are, because if you think you're on radio 2, but you're actually, the hardware has you on radio 1, you're going to have a real mess, because you're going to be talking to on the wrong band, for example, at least logically. It's not going to be a problem, except it's not going to make sense to the person on the other end. So one of the things is that your CAT control, your control of the two radios is now from one PC, and so that the software and the logger in that PC has to have two COM ports and is talking to each of the two radios separately. And in your software, you can now move some of the user interface, like the keyer, or either the voice keyer or the CW keyer, push-to-talk control, FSK, into, from the software, can now be steered through the controller to either of the two radios. A second way of doing SO2R is to actually have a PC on each radio. But now the problem is the PCs are not connected together, and so each PC doesn't know what's going on in the radio. The plus side of this is that now the focus for the operator is physical. So instead of having to remember in your brain what state your system is in, it's very physical. You just turn to the keyboard on one side or the keyboard on the other side. Your eyes move between the displays. You physically put them close together, as you can see in this next slide. This is actually an SO3R setup, and you can see there in the middle there's two radios and screens and keyboards and mice and knob controls that are very tightly pressed together. On the right is another third station. So all of these are, it's like a multi-op with three complete stations. You could sit down three people if you could physically get them in this space that I'm showing there, and just operate as a multi-op. But instead, the single op is physically time sharing between all of those things. And in RTTY, that works pretty slick because, again, you don't have to touch type much in RTTY. You're just pressing keys. They're basically just function keys running macros. So you can have one hand on one keyboard, another hand on another keyboard, and be able to operate through this. So one of the issues, say, between this setup, and I guess I should say maybe a little bit more about the application. So during the day, you might have the two main radios on, say, 10 and 15 meters, and the third radio on 20 meters, and watching 20 meters for, multipliers or new stations that you haven't worked. And when the rate slows down on one of the other radios, just quickly go over and sneak in a QSO on the other band and interleave it in, and hopefully doing it with enough finesse so you don't lose your run frequency on one of the other two radios. And so you can kind of just dynamically decide what you want to use. But the point is you've got the hardware, the means there to work three bands, even though you physically can't do it. You couldn't run on three bands, for example. But you've got the hardware there to do it. If there's just a little bit of a lull or a gap, you're not getting an answer to a CQ, to throw in another QSO on the other band. So it's just a way to very marginally increase your rate, and that's what it takes if you're at the top of the heap trying to edge out a competitor. So the question is then, I've only got two hands and two ears and so forth, so how do I get my two primary radios selected out of those three or four or however many I have set up? And that's where a slightly different or an additional feature for the controller, for the SO2R controller, is needed. And that's where Courtney and his product have come into into the scene. So in this diagram, I'm showing 3 radios, and what the way I set up the Rig Select Pro in February for the last WIPIX RTTY contest was I programmed 3 of the buttons, push buttons on the front panel of this controller. So if I hit the first button, I got my first 2 computers in SO2R. So all of my routing of everything, the audio and everything was instantly on those 2 computers. If for some reason I wanted to run on radio 1 and radio 3, instead of having to do a whole bunch of switches and move things around, I hit 1 push button on the front, and all of a sudden now I have radio 1 in the left ear and radio 3 in the right ear, and all of the switching of the FSK and everything, push to talk and so forth, is going to the correct radios and so forth, so I can get any pair of those 3. So it turns out that that's a very minuscule or simple feature of what's possible with the technology. It's maybe 5% or 10% of the capability features of what this product can do. So what Courtney and I are doing, and some other beta testers, is working on bringing the technology and the features to do the sorts of things that we want to do as a user. So it's really a neat kind of engineering project, sort of beta, I guess you would say, but we're really figuring out how to have the technology support what we're trying to do, and we're doing that in parallel. Lots of times products are developed, you know, great technology, and then the users figure out, you know, how they can apply it, but they're restricted to whatever, you know, the technologists, the designers did. In this case, we had a designer that's just quickly turning around the changes that we need to be able to satisfy our technology. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Courtney and have him give you just a smidgen of an overview, a taste of what this product's all about. And again, feel free to come over to the DX Engineering booth and learn more about it. So Courtney?
Okay. Well, Ed, thank you. And good morning to all of you. Appreciate you all being here. For what it's worth, this is really the first time that this Rig Select product has been talked about outside of about a dozen beta testers across the country. So this is the product's debut. So you are here at a product launch. So I'm really pleased to be able to bring it to you. So let me see if I can make sure this works. Okay. So this is a brand new product. It's been hardware stable since about last October. We haven't made any hardware changes. We've been upgraded, as kind of intimated. The software's been updated as, you know, we think of new features, new things that this hardware can do. But it's new, and we haven't been getting too many bug reports, which is always good. So this is the front panel of this box, and it's actually a very simple box. And kind of the way it started out, and kind of my original purpose for designing this, was I had a bunch of radios, and I didn't want to have 3 mics and 3 different push-to-talk switches and so on and so forth. I just wanted to be able to use 1 set of headphones, 1 mic, 1 push-to-talk, and 1 key with all my different radios. And I really couldn't find anything on the market that did something like that. So I thought, hey, I can build something like that. And so this was kind of the version 1.0 was that. So it had 4 buttons and a little display that you could kind of get some status reports on. And you just push a button, it'll select radio 1 or radio 2 or radio 3, and you're set to go. The little display actually has a menu system built into it. And this is about 8 versions past my original design. So, you know, it's gone a long way in a couple of years. And I might add, it's been a really fun project to work on. But the little display, it's a color display, and it has a menu system built in to it. Despite the fact that it's pretty small and you only actually use 2 buttons to control the menu, most of the beta testers, and for a long time we didn't have an app that put a GUI around it, but beta testers, a lot more code processing. All right, moving on. So I should actually call this the ED command, but I thought the DX command was a lot cooler. Sorry, Ed. This is actually, if you look at the top, the %DX and N. That's a very typical command, and there's, like I said, about 60 or 70 commands kind of like this. And I tried to use something that was made sense from a mnemonic standpoint. So DX stands for directed by transmitter, is what the DX is. And the £% is just sort of a preamble so that I definitely know that this is a command. It's not a CW or something, and I chose the £% because you probably are never going to use that combination in anything else. I actually did this web search, and it doesn't come up very often if you do a web search on £%. So I figured that was a pretty safe combination to use as a preamble. And then the N is 0 and 1. So £% DX0 turns that feature off. DX1 turns it on. Now the way this thing works, which is sort of interesting, we have the push to talk, and push to talk is normally just 2 wires. And it's the push to talk and then a ground or a ring sleeve connect. The ring connect on that stereo is usually just empty. So what we did is I kind of repurposed that ring connector as a connection from that ring connector right into the into the hardware. And so when that line goes low, and so if you take, for example, a key out, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a key out, and I realize that on some radios key out is not a TTL friendly signal, and so you may have to do some transforming or scaling. But anyway, when that line goes low, it literally sends a priority interrupt to the radio or to the rig select, and it just switches it immediately. So the rig select can follow TX switching among multiple radios. So if we go back to kind of Ed's drawing here, he's got 3 different PCs driving 3 different radios. And so this allows rig select to understand which radio is transmitting and then instantly switch to that. Now you didn't implement that because we didn't, well, it actually just occurred right as you were starting, I think. But anyway, yeah, there was no time to get it installed in testing. And, yeah. Well, there's a funny story which I won't take the time to share here right now, but catch me later about how this all went down. Anyway, so this directed by transmit is actually a really good feature when you have kind of like a multi-op setup like Ed was doing. Okay, so this is kind of another command. I thought this might be useful, and it's sort of related, which is why I thought I'd include it here. It's the BX command. And BX is sort of backdoor transmit. And what this is, let's suppose you're a contester, and you're using, it's a sideband with a voice keyer, and it's using Vox. There is no push-to-talk signal. Rig select, it's not connected to CAT, so it doesn't know the transmit's going on. How does it know that you'd like to have some extra audio processing, maybe blank a channel that's transmitting so you can focus on what's coming in on the receive side? So this is the BX command, is sort of a backdoor transmit. It again uses that same key out signal that we got and generates an internal TX active sort of flag inside the rig select. And then this can be used to trigger any of the audio processing options or whatever else we want to do with it. And so again, this is sort of driven by Vox or CAT controlled transmit. And I just since I had a little extra screen real estate, this is on the lower right hand side there is a picture of the motherboard of the unit, which has got a lot of electronics. The little black dots to the far right side there, lower, are the audio relay switches or switch array. Okay, well I think that pretty much wraps it up. I will take questions in a second. I'll just point out that this is actually the first screen. There's 3 screens on the app that I mentioned. So this is the first screen. There's a lot of stuff. It's a pretty busy app. There's actually 2 more forms, or 2 more windows, if you will, available. I won't go over what they all are. You can come up and look closer because I realize that it's kind of tiny and you can't see it anyway. So, there's some flyers that I put on the chair over there. So if you would like some flyers, you help yourself. We have a website up that's got a fair amount of information. It's rigselect.com. And you can get the download. You can download the app and play with it. You don't necessarily, and I might add the app is kind of fun. I thought, gee, I'm to have to write a lot of manual for this. But it turned out what I did was instead of doing the manual, I just did the tool tips. So there's really extensive tool tips in this app. So you just drag the mouse over it, and it'll be kind of self-teaching. So I didn't feel like I needed to write a whole lot of manual, because nobody reads manuals anyway. We figured that out. So anyway, you can download the app. Firmware updates are there. The manual is online, so if you can download the current manual and check it out. Take a look for yourself. So that's it for me. And again, thank you for being part of the Rig Select debut. Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, we're having a Hamvention special. No, we're still in production. I asked the DX Engineering. This is how new this product is. I asked the DX Engineering people, and they were sort of like, well, we haven't quite figured that out yet. I'm guessing that it's going to be right around $800, but that's their call. And so that's in the neighborhood of where it's probably going to shake out. But if I lied, shoot me.
Yeah, this is going to be a very special SONR controller that does things that just aren't available in other controllers now. So it's only going to be for a few people, but you can start at the low end and just do regular SO2R. So we're at the end of our time, unfortunately. We packed as much as we could in here. Thanks for all of you that made it through the rain and actually found this over in the corner of the fairgrounds here. And we'll do this again next year if there's enough interest and we get some feedback on what you'd like to hear about in topics and discussion and so forth. And enjoy the rest of the Hamvention. Thanks very much.
KY4 BDP. KY4 BDP.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Or
Yes, sir.
Y'all gonna video this, so
Well, we're videoing it for our own purposes, and then the DARA is doing the live stream.
okay, so we'll be able to show to local amateur radio.
Absolutely. We'll have it on our website, it's on our YouTube channel.
Okay.
I'm the guy that sits down there.
We're out of Kentucky, Lake Cumberland.
All right, stay dry. At 8:86, you don't do it.
Maybe we'll see you at 11:30, okay?
Well, good to have
Hang
you.
tight.
There's a building right behind you. Go out that door right there, that building right there, and the men's room is in that far back corner on your left. Just to make sure you guys are doing it.
Oh, no worries. Put up your ravners. Well, this one's tethered. The other one is not, so. Oh. These don't interfere. Okay. Should be.
Dad, I got gotten to chainmen, whatever. You guys were talking about parties, get people.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna all kinds of different.
Good, all kinds of things.
Good. Hey, good morning. Ryan, Ben Murray. Nice to meet you, Ben. They put us all the way in the back, didn't they? We heard it.
It was a different way yesterday.
Yeah, it was phrased a little bit differently yesterday. Oh, you're way the hell in the back.
You mind if I set this right here? Decent angle.
Where are some of you coming from? Colorado. What about you folks? Oh, Devin. I got Devin in there. Devin's local though. Yeah. Where you guys coming from? Michigan. Yeah. You think they're right Michigan lower. Lower. Yeah, where are you? Kentucky? Yeah. Technically, I live in Tennessee now, but close to Kentucky. Where are you coming from? Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Lawrenceburg. You know where that is. What about you? Florence, Kentucky. Florence. Yeah, you're just south of Cincinnati. Maryland? Where in Maryland? Conowingo? Yeah. That's beautiful. We may get wet. Where are you coming from? Now, where's it located? There's another Ohio. This is too many people. I'm gonna go. Come on in, guys. Where are you guys coming in? Netherlands. Yes. Nice. I've been to Amsterdam.
Oh, that's very nice.
How many of you have seen our YouTube channel? All right, we'll have it at the end of the presentation, because I know a lot of you are here to represent your own clubs. And what we encourage you to do is watch our videos on our channel just as inspiration for what you can do in your own clubs. It's not all club, but it's activities that we're always involved in as clubs. We'll talk more about that in a bit. But I'm always curious how much reach our channel is getting, and we encourage you to subscribe. We're trying to get over 10,000 this year.
How long has it been up? How long has it been on YouTube?
4.5 years. We've got 300 plus videos.
Okay.
So I mean, we post one a week.
Okay.
What's the name of the channel? Yeah, what's the name of the channel?
LCARA Ham Radio. LCARA Ham Radio. And like I said, we'll have the YouTube channel up on the last slide too. So we'll take a picture of it. We're gonna get started here in about 60 seconds.
You want us to time you to make sure?
You can if you want. There's no bonus for it, but you can do it if you want. You want this one? And what you think your club can benefit from. MCON trailer may not even be in your wheelhouse right now, but come up with a project that a core group of people can get behind every year. We try to have an annual project that we can get behind every year. Number 2. Go ahead, Chris.
Look for ways to raise money. Everybody's favorite subject. Raise your hand if you love going out and asking people for money. Come on now, don't be shy. Almost never anybody's favorite subject, but necessary for any organization. Well, one of the early things that Brian and I did, being the young kids on the block, we were already in our 50s when we joined the club, and we were the young kids in our club. But we took a look, and we work in IT, and we said, well, what can we do? The president and vice president of our club, who had been in the club since the 70s, they were paying for pretty much every club expense out of pocket, just to float the club. They love ham radio, they love the club, but they had, the electricity bills for the repeater sites, whatever it was, new equipment buys. And we said, we got to stop that. We got to stop that. It's great that they've been doing it, but it's like, we got to get the club a little more self-sufficient, because dues are not going to cover all your expenses unless you got a lot more members than we do, right? So we looked around, what can we do? When Amazon had the Smile program, does anybody remember the Smile program?
Yeah.
We participated in that, and that earned us some money. They deprecated that, unfortunately, but we did that when it was there. We started the YouTube channel, and we said, if we're lucky, it will grow big enough that it will earn at least a little bit of money. And it has. It's been 5 years that it earns us a little bit of money. It all goes right into the club. Nothing we've done to earn money has ever been in our names. It's always been in the club name. It goes straight into the club account. Okay. We're now on Patreon. Goes straight into the club account. Okay. Right. So we're donating our time and effort. We will have some questions at the end. Do you have a question?
I do now. Are
We are.
We are, yes.
And we will have loads of time for questions at the end, so let's just keep those to
Yeah.
the end.
So merchandise, raffles, we did a Deadpool. One of our members bought a new 7300, and you know, he left that screen protector on there for a while, and we started joking about it. Like, Steve, when are you going to pull that off? He's like, I don't know. We said, hey, opportunity here. So we started a Deadpool. So we chose some dates, and we let our members buy a date. Was it $5?
It was $5 a day over 3 months, a 90-day period. When was Steve going to strip the protective film off of his 7300?
And he did. He did eventually strip it off. Luck had it that the date he did that, because it's totally up to him, the day he did that, nobody bought that date. So all the money went to the club. But if somebody had chosen the date, they would have got half the money.
Half the money if you'd gotten the right date.
Right. But
We
the
call
other half
it
would've gone
we
to
call
the
it a Deadpool. If you ever watched Deadpool the movie, they have a date of when is he going to die, you know, that sort of thing. But
We just had fun with it.
just have fun with it.
But there's all kinds of things you can do. One of the things is always put out a tip jar at all your events. Every now and then somebody throws in $1, $5, whatever they might have in their pocket, but it adds up, right? You don't want to pressure people to giving money, but you want to give them opportunities at the same time, okay? Whether it's your club meeting, whatever's going on. So look for ways to raise money. There's a lot of ways to potentially raise money. All kinds of companies will donate.
Mm-hmm.
Kroger has a program. If you're not aware, Kroger has a program, and they do it for high schools and all kinds of organizations. You could participate in that. A lot of organizations, if you go and talk to the local manager of the store, they have authority to make donations and stuff. Sometimes you don't necessarily need cash. Maybe you need some materials. Go to your Lowe's, go to your Home Depots, go to different places, see if they are able to do anything. Doesn't hurt to ask, okay? But try to bring in a little bit of money so that not only are your expenses covered, but you can plan for the future. Because equipment needs replaced, needs upgraded, things like that. So lots of different ways to try to raise money. And that helps the club be more interesting. You know, if all your equipment's 40 years old, hey, as long as it still works, right? But it's nice to be able to upgrade things now and then. Maybe get into the digital era, whatever. Okay.
What we're showing here is just an example of one of our cookouts. We're going to talk about food here in a little bit, but everybody likes the food one. But we have a tip jar. We also have, we almost have food at just about all of our events to bring more people out. And Chris and I do barbecue. We do all kinds of things to try to get more people at the event. If you have food, people show up. But we'll talk more about food a little bit later. Now, this next one is tough for some clubs because in this room, we've got clubs that are very small. You might have a dozen or so members. And when we talk about take stock of your current club assets, what we mean is, well, do you have a repeater? Do you have several repeaters? What equipment went into making those repeaters, putting them on the air, the tower, the cabling, all that stuff? You need to be thinking about what are your club assets. For us, Don and Wanda and the club members that came before us, they had a lot of assets, but we had some holes, and we needed to modernize some of those assets as well. So we made a 2 to 5 year plan on how to repair, replace, and add additional assets. For instance, we're just this close to mounting an antenna up on one of our main towers. We've got 2 main towers, so that we have a 6-meter repeater back on the air. Don's had the 6-meter repeater, but it wasn't on the air except at his place, basically, because we didn't have the people that wanted to fool with it. Towers, antennas, internet service, and so on. How many of you, let's see, there wasn't that many, but for those of you that have watched the YouTube channel, some of you that found out we had a YouTube channel, you were watching a series we put together called the Abandoned Repeater Series. We took a site that had been in the club's one of the assets, and then it got basically turned back over to the owner. We didn't own the land, and somebody passed away, and we didn't have access to that land because of the son who took it over. Later, we were able to reestablish control over that plot of land where we had that tower, which we pay money for. And we call it the Abandoned Repeater Series, and it allows us to put even more repeaters on the air because we have a second location. We're looking at a third location now down in Macquarie County. So take stock of your assets, and as a club, decide where do you want to be 2 to 5 years from now. New repeaters, replacing repeaters, new cabling, new antennas. Chris just went over fundraising. It all takes money, doesn't it? So you still need to have a good accounting of inventory as well as assets.
And by the way, folks, when we say take stock of your assets, don't forget this asset. You've got lots of assets in your company. Even if you're a newer company, you've got people. We use our IT skills quite often. And we have another member who's from IT. And we've got people who do sort of general contracting work. We need people to climb towers and help you pour concrete now and again. Take stock of all your assets. What your people know, what they do for a living, okay? Because all that stuff can help.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have to pay somebody else to do it, you just put money in your club's pocket, right? That's another way to basically make money for your club. I belong to another club, closer to where I live actually, and they have to pay a company with a truck to come out every time they want to get on their tower. Every time. Part of that is because the tower is not a climbable style of tower. They've talked about replacing it. They've got money in the bank to replace it. And it always gets basically voted down because then we wouldn't have as much money in the bank. But you're paying several $100s every time you got to get up on your own tower because you got to hire a truck to get you up there. I mean, that's their choice. That's what the club officers are voting to do. Not sure that would be my choice. Pay once, cry once, start building up your money again, okay? But get a tower where people can climb it. I think there are people who can climb it in the club, but it's not a climbable tower. So take stock of your human assets as well, okay?
And I want to piggyback on something Chris just said about the money that the club may have in the bank. We have a saying at our club, whatever money comes in is going to go right back out. It's not meant to sit there as a nest. We have some money as a nest egg. It's about $1,000. And if we had an emergency, we'd have that money, right, to buy a repeater on emergency or something like that. Most of the money that comes into our club goes right back out on projects. And that's the way it should be. You don't want money just accumulating. What you want is money to help bring more people into your club. The way you do that is through projects. So don't let your money sit there static. Use it for good purposes that helps grow your club. This is the abandoned repeater site. This is probably not the best picture, but what we want to show you is how junky it is.
This was not our land, folks.
This is not ours, yeah. We leased this, and we had to cut down. All the trees that you see there have all been cut down now because they were impeding the guidelines and so forth.
With the landowner's approval.
Right, right. Yeah, we're just not sneaking in and cutting down his trees. We did it before. It could have been after and asked for forgiveness, I guess, but we didn't do that. This green little thing hanging on the left-hand side of the slide, that was their old repeater shack. It was an old Vietnam-era van that they had converted into a repeater shack. It leaked like a sieve. And we had a fundraiser, didn't we, Chris? And we bought a brand-new steel metal building shack for that repeater site. So that's not in the picture here, but if you go back and watch the Abandoned Repeater series, you'll see the steps we went through to get that area where it is today. Number 4, go ahead, Chris.
Look for ways to advertise, okay? This is always important, and it's something that we decided to address for our club early on. Again, being new hams when we joined the club and talking to the club president and vice president and secretary, we basically warned them we were going to be problem childs. We were going to be problem children. We said, hey, we're going to create a bunch of messes. I hope you all are prepared for this. Because we wanted to learn everything. We're curious folks. We just wanted to learn why this, how that, you know, what's going on. It's amazing what they had set up in their repeaters, and a lot of clubs have some pretty amazing setups, right? But this is one of those things. How many times have you, raise your hand if you've ever heard some variation of this phrase? Ham radio? Is that still a thing? Does it still exist? We still hear it all the time, don't we? We're trying to help fix that, at least in our own community, and a little bit on YouTube, the best we can. right? So we participate in public events all the time. We're going to talk more about that later too. Get out there. Make sure people do know we exist and what we can do for them. In fact, our club just had somebody from the state of Kentucky come by because during a couple of the recent events that Kentucky's had, guess what? Cell phones didn't work so well. And they have reached back out to the ham community and they said, we need help getting communication set up, and they want to do it for every county in Kentucky. And we already have a system, and we're one of the folks that they contacted, our club, to help blueprint this and to help make sure every county can have some at least basic level communications with hospitals and emergency services and things. Okay? People forgot. Hams have always done this, but people will forget. Right? Let's not let them forget. We can still be helpful for all kinds of events.
And let me go back a couple of slides. When we talk about advertising, what do you think that is right there? Now, that skin that we put on our trailer cost the club money. So we had a fundraiser for that. But now that we have it, guess where that trailer is a dozen times a year? We get it out, and we want the community to see it, read it, see that there is actually an active amateur radio club in the area. So advertising, we can't emphasize enough. How many of you participate as just maybe a participant in a cancer walk? Alzheimer's walk. Oh, all kinds. Alzheimer's, cancer, all kinds of walks. If you got a parade, I don't know what kind of parades you might have in your community, but a lot of times you can join a parade.
We have a car show.
We have a car show.
A huge regional car show in Somerset, Kentucky. We go there every year.
Every year. So think about that. You might only have a canopy. You bought a canopy at Walmart, 10 by 10. Get a sign made that has your logo and your club's name on it and everything, and sit under that tent. You might say, oh, Brian, that's boring. It is, but what you're trying is you're trying to raise awareness in your community that you're there. Okay? Sometimes that's all you're doing is just raising awareness.
We've gotten members from showing up to events. They had an air show, which was awesome, at our little airport. We went to that, got one or two members from that.
At an air show?
An air show. We just showed up. We asked them, we said, hey, we're going to show up. We weren't working it, but we took the trailer, we set up everything. You talk to the public as they walk by. Plant the seeds. You may not hear from them right away. Year or two, or if they've got their grandkids with them or their kids or something, you never know.
Let me ask you something. How many of you have the number of members that you'd like to have? Okay, one or two of you. How many of you would like to have 5 new members by the end of the year? If you're not going out to these events, you're not plucking 1 or 2 here and there all the time. You're just not plucking them because they don't know you're out there. Many of them just simply don't know. Now, go ahead, Chris, speak about this.
I was just going to say, this was one of the events we did, and I think they contacted us.
They did.
This was a Jeep trail ride. This was a national sponsored event, I believe. We have some great backwoods and trails. My wife and I do off-roading in Kentucky, and so this Jeep group contacted us and say, hey, we're going to be going in some of your backwoods. There's no cell phone service, folks. They said, hey, can you all help provide communications? So, of course, we said yes. And we did. We helped provide communications for them while they were back there.
And then what came out of that?
Out of this one, some gentlemen, one from Tennessee, one from New York, started a brand new gravel race in McCreary County, Kentucky, very rural county. They chose it because it's got great landscapes, and it's a very economically depressed county. And they said, we want to form a new race, and they went to the county and the city, and they said, we want to help you folks because we want to put it here and generate some revenue for you all. The county said, yes, please, anything. They're desperate. There's not much down there, okay? But again, you're out in the hills. There is no cell service 99% of the time. And we've got a whole series of videos on preparing for this race and how to provide communications for a race like that, okay? It takes a lot of work because in those hills and valleys, Nothing travels very far. In fact, if you watch our series, crossband repeaters, we built seven crossband repeaters. We got it trimmed down. Now we're only using 5, 1 spare, because you just can't do it with any one thing. But with all that time and effort and thought and testing for the last 3 years, we can cover the 3 zones they race in, because they're all over the county. And now these folks just bought another race up in Maine or
New Hampshire.
Maine
New Hampshire.
border. It's been there for 30 years or something. Never had good communications. So the new owners are saying, hey, since you all have done such a good job with us down here, we need to bring you up here and talk to those folks. Because even though they've been around for a long time, they've always had communications problems. Mm-hmm. So we're going to go consult with them a little bit.
Now, you want to talk about an event that gets your people active? Just not this particular Jeep thing, but for the rally that we've been doing the last 3 years. What have we got, Rick? Probably 20, 25 people involved now? 20, 25 members come out and help us with that rally. And one from Virginia, because he watches our YouTube channel.
Yep.
4 from Indiana, because we met them and they watched the YouTube channel. And we're pulling in hams from other areas now. Tennessee as well, yeah.
And, again, it was because they had seen what we had done. They were aware of us.
Mm-hmm.
And they contacted us. Okay. Now, obviously, we have to do that on a volunteer basis. But then when they can, they will donate to the club. They have a successful rally, they'll donate to the club. Right.
Yeah, we can't make money on these things. We have to volunteer.
That's right. But we like the technical challenge. In fact, on that race, last 2 years for that race, there's been more ham volunteers at this race than there were regular volunteers. They've been very impressed with what we've been able to do, and it has to do with our membership. We're very thankful for our membership that they've been willing to get out there. It's pretty much an all-day thing.
Yeah. Number 5, attend as many ham fests as you can in a given year. Now,
you've already got this step
You've
down.
got this one done. Chris and I will travel to Hamvention down in Florida, and we'll also travel to Huntsville for the Hamfest in Huntsville. And certainly your new members where they are. We mentioned this a little while ago at the very beginning of the presentation of they go to a club meeting and they get such a bad taste in their mouth they never go again. Man, Chris and I we just shake our heads. We always try to meet them where they are. Do you have your tech license? No, not yet. Can we help you get it? Can we help you with materials to study, website to study? We've got another slide coming up right after this one here in just a second, but meet them. Well, if they don't even have their tech license, what do you expect them to do?
And what should they know how to do?
Right.
They showed up to a meeting, they've got to have some level of interest. They may or may not pursue it, but try to give them some help. In fact, what do we have on Thursday nights?
Thursday nights we have a 10-meter net.
And guess where on the 10-meter band it happens? Right where the techs can participate. And we announce it all the time. You got your tech license, here's something you can do.
Yeah, we've got 2 2-meter nets and we have a 10-meter net. That way they get a chance to play with their HF gear, if they have it. We have gear they can borrow. Don has, I don't know how many grab-and-go kits.
You know, like many of you, he's a pretty much lifetime ham, and he's got a lot of stuff. And he's generous with it. He allows people to borrow it and everything. So, but yeah, if you've got some older equipment that somebody could borrow, have a training session with them on it, get them on a 10-meter net.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to put this next slide up, and some of you are going to nod your head, and some of you are going to go, I hadn't thought about that. How many of you do VE testing at your club level? Wonderful. We have 100 members-ish. Guess how many are VEs? Who said 50? 50.
That might be low.
50. That's not to brag per se, but what it is that we put an emphasis on it. Where do you think we get those 5 extra members every year? VE testing.
Show the next slide.
That's a volunteer examiner. You're able to actually proctor the exams. There's several organizations that can do it. We are an ARRL affiliated club, so we go through their process. There's also Laurel and a few others.
Even in the heart of COVID, we were doing testing in person, following protocols. We had people driving from hours away because nobody was doing testing. Online wasn't happening yet, and we were getting people from all over our entire region, from several states. We get people from testing sessions. We probably get 10 a year, 5 to 10 a year, easy. You want to grow your club? Start testing. Have a packet that you can hand out to folks. You just got your tech. Here's a nice little packet of information to help get you started. And in there, you're going to have some of the things that your club can do to help them and benefits of your club. Yeah.
Perfect. Guess where we have done testing? We have a Dairy Queen meetup. Well, it's not at Dairy Queen now, but we used to meet up at Dairy Queen on Wednesdays. Now, most of our hams are retired, so they can go on a Wednesday morning, and they can go to Dairy Queen. We've since moved it to Frisch's. It doesn't matter where you have it. It just has to be food. Okay.
I mean, Dairy Queen remodeled. What could we do?
Yeah, Dairy Queen remodeled, so we couldn't help her. So we do testing at that Dairy Queen. We have probably a dozen or more people that show up at the Frisch's, and out of that dozen, 6 or 8 of them are VEs. We can do testing right then.
If you stop for gas in Somerset, we could probably give you a test at the gas station.
Yeah.
We have a lot of VEs.
Takes 3. So we always have 3, like always. So make it a point of emphasis at your club. You're going to get members out of it as well. Okay? How many of you could really like to have 5 new members by the end of the year? Raise your hand again. Testing alone will probably get you more than that.
Every year.
5
or 10 every year.
Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Every other month. And so when you say you can even go to, even if you went to a gas station, or the places where you go to eat, how do you advertise that? We advertise on the YLRL website.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you advertise to non-hams that they're going?
Typically, when we're saying we're doing a Frisch's test, and it doesn't happen a lot, it's somebody who's come into one of our monthly meetings, or they've come to or came onto the net one night, and they'd like to get their general or their extra, and we'll say, well, we can provide you the test next Wednesday. It just depends if they're ready. We don't advertise it in a paper or the ARRL. We just let them know, and we make ourselves available. Yes, ma'am.
If somebody hops on our repeater and somebody's talking to them, and if they mention a question, they're like, hey, come out to the farm, come out to our HQ. We can get 3 people together because there's 2 already there. Or
Don and Wanda are already there. We just need one more.
Or we're going to be at Frisch's tomorrow morning. Or, so we do quarterly, and we publish those. But we're willing to test people. If there's 3 of us together.
We're every other month.
Our president always has the stuff in his truck or van.
Always.
Everywhere he goes.
He's got it with him all the time. He's a lifer. I mean, he truly is. I mean, he lives and breathes this stuff. So he's got the materials with him all the time. Bonus! Somebody went, just woke somebody up.
We told you.
We told you.
Food.
Where's the food at?
Yeah, where is it? Not here. Not here.
How many people are disappointed there's no food here in this room?
That's right. Go ahead, Chris.
We joke about this all the time in our club, in a lot of our videos, but I think it's just very true. We have several members, Brian and I and 1 or 2 others, that own smokers and like to barbecue and stuff, but, whether it's just a potluck for field day, if 2 or 3 of us ever get together, there's probably food there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but especially for stuff like field days, and we do our fish fry and Christmas party, and we came up with a smoke and POTA. Smoke some meats and go to a park and get as many of your members to do a POTA, especially if they've never done one. We're always thinking about things to do, but if there's going to be a few people there, we usually think about food. It's not always fancy, but people like to have drinks and maybe some snacks or some food or something there. So make sure that you Don't forget this stuff. Just make a potluck. You know?
Those are the 10 things we brought today. You'll have your own ideas. But what was not the first thing, but the thing we talked about first to make these things happen? What do you have to have first? Leadership and energy. And if you don't have those things, if you don't have a core set of people, maybe it's just you right now, but maybe you can, get your buddy to help you on this or that every now and then. We're up to where we got 15 or 20 people that are active. But in the early stages when Chris and I started with the club, there were 3, 4 people that were active.
When we were doing our first big project, which was finishing building out the emergency communications trailer, I don't know how many days. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm an hour and a half away from this. But this is my main club. I don't know how many days it was me and Don. Because I was willing to go down. I had a day off, and I said, we need to get some work done. Don, I'm going to come down. Or Brian was there by himself. And we've got more and more people now where, especially when they live there in town, when they've got some time off, they'll go by and work on something or troubleshoot something, right? It spreads.
It spreads.
But somebody's got to start.
Somebody's got to start it. Somebody's got to be that germination, right? And then it catches like wildfire, okay? All right, we're going to open it up to questions now for the next 10 minutes or so. I see a lady's hand up in the back. Yes, ma'am. Find new members. I heard the question. Right. Right. Those are great questions. Now, on the first point, and I was being a little bit sarcastic, but not really. I think we had about 70 members when Chris and I joined, but most of them were aging out. Okay, that was just the reality. I think the average age was 70-something.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said we were the babies.
We were the
50.
kids. So trying to get them to come out and be volunteers is really hard. Not because they wouldn't want to, it's because they've done stuff in the past, and the club had gone into this real kind of lull. And even though Chris and I were starting to do things and wanting them to get to come out, we just had a hard time getting them to come out. Now, some did, don't get me wrong. We had some that did, but not many. So what did we do? Did we say, well, we can't get anybody to come out? What did we do? We got new members, people who want to be busy.
We came out, and we encourage as many people as we can to come out, and we work on new members.
Now, the second part of your question was, one more time? Right. Right. Great question. We've got a relationship with a club up in Indiana, and they come down and help us with the rally. They had a club of some, we'll just say, older folks, and they're not willing to do anything new. They started a new club. I'm not saying you don't try, but sometimes, folks, you can't move a mule if they don't want to. You have to be that locomotive yourself. And if you have to start a new club, you start a new club.
The ham that we had come out and help us for the rally this year from Virginia, they just started a new club. I think
Started a brand new one.
I think there's one in the area, but I think it had some of those same kinds of challenges.
Right.
You can work with them for a while, but if you can't make progress, you may have to make a new club. If the new members can't help.
Right. Before I saw your hand. Yes, sir. In the back. I'm glad it worked for you. It is possible. And like I said, I want you to try. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, sir.
To her point about
Yes. Exactly right. Right. You're going to have to be proactive. Don't be reactive with them.
For
Go ahead.
for the rally that we've done 3 years in a row, right? We're like Santa Claus. As soon as the rally's over, well, 364 more days till the next rally. It's a big event. It takes a lot of work. We want to make sure people are aware of it and make sure that our volunteer base will be active again next year as much as possible. We don't want people to go, oh, I would have done it again, but I decided to book a camping trip that weekend because I forgot about it. We keep it in front of people, okay? And we do projects throughout the year. Things happen, but you do the best you can, right, to keep stuff moving forward.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that what our club does is we offer free membership the first year, and we usually get 7 to 10 new members a year that way, and it doesn't cost us anything.
Right.
Newsletters, digital, invite to club meetings.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea, especially your young folks.
I thought we charged double the first year.
No worries. Yes, ma'am.
You said not to let the money sit in the bank. So we have a very hefty bank account, and the past treasurer saw his job, I think, as protecting the money.
Correct.
And we have a new treasurer this time, and a couple new people in the board, but I'm wondering how you encourage folks to get out of that mindset.
The best way to get out of that mindset is to have projects that are going to require you spending money.
Here's an addendum to that, folks. How many people here right now today are club officers? Well, the club officers usually vote on things, and maybe the voting members too, depending on your club. So if you have officers who are not willing to get off the X, start running for officer. Okay, sometimes we can try to change from within. You always want to try that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, that's, we don't do that. Perfect question. We want our members to talk. I have a club that I'm involved with down in Tennessee. They just check in, and that's all they do. And I'm not saying it's the wrong way to do it. That's just the way they do it. Chris and I got used to Don and Wanda telling us their day. And that's how we run a net. What did you do today?
Encourage them to talk a little bit.
Just talk. Just say something. Now, I encourage the members down in the Tennessee club, tell me what's going on in your ham radio world today. Did you buy a new radio? Did you get a new antenna? Did you put up a tower? Did you replace coax? What did you do today in your ham radio or this week in your ham radio life? And try to get them to say something.
And just a tip, folks, if you have a YouTube channel or start one, encourage your folks to record these awesome projects that they're working on, because you can't be everywhere all at once. We've had a question over there in the corner for quite a while.
My problem.
We do back Ohio, when people do the test, we're giving one year free membership.
That's a great idea.
And that helps us out.
That's a great idea. One more question, then we got to go. Yes, sir.
How many people do you usually get, on average, checking into your net?
21, 23, 20-ish, out of 100. That, folks, most of you have heard this, especially because most of us are older in this room. In an organization, it's the 10% that are always there for you.
Last comment for you about new members. Lots of people are working with RF in their community. How about, this is something some hams don't like, and that's GMRS. 50% of your GMRS people are ham licensed.
Right. We had a club in Lexington say, oh, GMRS is not ham radio. Club.
In fact, not only did they say that, they were offered a free GMRS repeater. And they turned it down because it's not real ham radio.
It's not ham radio. Folks, thank you for coming out today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In the rain, really, and way back here on the back lot. It's been very nice. Thank you, and we appreciate all the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Not including, you know, but we talk to them every year here. Now, we're not 501c3, and we don't do pay.
We personally have not had a lot of those calls.
Meeting what you do. Many years ago, we used to do that. Once we're that way, our monthly meeting is on Thursday nights. Thank you. So, yes.
They had a free radio program recently, and free HD.
Added to food in.
I think it was ARL. Maybe it was Gigapark Talk. ARL did one, but I knew somebody did one.
Anyway,
They think of my pictures. This year's song will be Electric Avenue. My first trip to Dayton was 1975. Yes, I enter artistic photos in the Nebraska State Fair. And I've spoken here at Hamvention 32 times. So I guess I've been around the block a few times. So let's talk about some items that we need to keep on hand. And this is something I like to emphasize the most. Assortments of pre-sorted, standardized parts. You want to have common values of resistors, capacitors, diodes, transistors, high Cs. I couldn't dream of affording that if I had to order it from Mauser or something like that. I have found these on Amazon, and these assortments come in little plastic boxes that are all divided up and labeled and everything, and they're anywhere from $8 to $16 for these assortments. For about $100, you can have about any kind of electronic part there is out there, and all assorted, push-button switches, plugs, jacks, pots, resistors, capacitors, transistors, ICs, regulators, Zeners, anything you want, you can get assortments of on Amazon. So if you get on Amazon and you look for resistor assortment, it's just amazing what you'll get. And it's already labeled and sorted for you. Why do we need that? We're going to get into that in a little bit. 9-volt battery snaps and battery holders. I like the 9-volt snaps that have longer wires because I've been running into these things in flea markets that are smaller hamfests at home. Somebody will have a gadget and it doesn't work, okay? And I look at it and I think, one guy had a $250 pocket size antenna analyzer, and I thought, okay, why does he only want 20 bucks for this thing? And so I bought it, and I figured, what could be wrong with an antenna analyzer? And he said, well, oh, by the way, I put a new 9-volt battery in there and it still doesn't work. It won't light up. Okay, so I took it home and I took the back off of it, and I took my meter and I looked at it, and I had the 9-volt battery on there, and guess what? There's not 9 volts making it to the board. Okay, so I just unhooked the battery snap, desoldered it from the board, soldered in a new one, trimmed the leads, and guess what? I have a working pocket-size antenna analyzer that I take with me on every POTA that I go on in SOTA. You want to have your commonly used plugs and jacks, your 1/4-inch plugs, 1/8-inch, 2 and 3 conductor plugs, jacks, RCA phono plugs, jacks, PL259s, and all the adapters. Now, a lot of kits have SMA connectors now. That's become a big thing. Well, guess what? Just get an adapter. And there's a lot of places out there. One of my favorites is Tower Electronics. They are just indoors now. They are no longer in the flea market. At the end of my presentation, I have a slide that will give web addresses for sources of kits, and it gives booth locations for some of the vendors here at Hamvention. 12-volt coaxial plugs and jacks. Most kits are center pin positive, but we want to make sure to get it right. Most of them are 2.1 millimeter. Solder wick, okay? You're only going to pay like $3 or $4 for a little thing of solder wick. It's well worth it and well worth learning how to use it. I give a lot of hands-on demonstrations on how to use solder wick and desolder as well as to solder. Here's the trick. If you go out in that flea market, I can pretty well guarantee somebody's got a box on the ground that says free, and it's full of old circuit boards. Could be motherboards, could be anything, right? Old circuit boards. Guess what you do with those? Take them apart, okay? Use that to practice desoldering. and soldering again. Okay, now, sometimes you'll try to heat up the solder and it doesn't work. Okay, how come? It's because it was leaded solder, and leaded solder has a higher melting point. So one of my tricks is I just add more solder to it. And everybody says, well, wait a minute, you're trying to desolder. Why the heck are you adding more solder to it? Well, if you add like 6337 solder to it, it lowers the melting point. Then you can put that solder wick on there and it comes right off, okay? So a lot of circuit boards that you practice with might have non-leaded solder because that's required in certain parts of the world. Solder suckers, vacuum soldering, desoldering stations, we'll go over that in a little bit. Emery boards. Emery boards are a must, okay? Every time I go to the state fair, the home show, the boat show, whatever, I'll go by somebody's booth and they got all these emery boards that says Joe's Bar and Grill or something on it, into the bag, okay? Now I've got my year's supply, and they're great for doing toroids and things like that, which we'll also cover later. Cookie sheets. Okay, you want to keep peace in the households, right? You don't want to have solder burn marks on the kitchen table. So what I use is a cookie sheet. And you can use a placemat under that even to protect even more. Put a placemat under it and then a cookie sheet. Where do I get cookie sheets that are affordable? Now, if you're doing a club kit build, you can't afford like $4 or $5 a cookie sheet. But if you go to Dollar Tree, which I now call $1.25 tree, they are $1.25, and they have not the foil ones, but get the regular metal ones, and they're wonderful. And so I might do a group kit build, and I'll stop at the dollar store and spend like $12 or something on a bunch of cookie sheets, and then I tell them, guess what? Take it home with you. Keep the piece at home. And it's going to keep all that junk from getting in on your floor and the carpet and things like that, especially solder blobs. Soldering mats are good. In fact, some of these soldering mats are magnetic and will stick to the bottom of the cookie sheet. But make sure the cookie sheet you get has a lip that goes all the way around it, okay? That keeps your parts from rolling off the floor and going into Never Never Land. Okay, the one piece of test equipment that you got to have when you're a kit builder is a meter. How many of you have seen that darn one on the right? Okay. Harbor Freight. Okay. I used to complain bitterly about stuff at Harbor Freight. But I had one of those coupons, so I thought, okay, I'll try one of these things. That was several years ago. I put it next to my Fluke 77 Series 2. Okay. It's surprisingly close. It's amazing. Now, it's got a little thing to plug in transistors to test them. Don't do it. Don't do it. It doesn't work, and you got to know which lead is which on the transistor, and a lot of times you don't. But we're going to go over something that will take care of that for you. On the left is a scope meter. You cannot get this one anymore. They have a newer version of it that sells for about $70. It's an oscilloscope and a multimeter all built into one, and it's anywhere from $60 to $80. The difference between this one that's on the screen here and the new ones, which I don't have one yet, is they have full color screens on them and cursors that tell you the peak-to-peak voltage, RMS voltage, things like that. $60, $80. Not only is it a multimeter, it's a scope, and those are valuable for when you're trying to troubleshoot problems in kits. Doesn't have to be expensive. Okay, when I was here at Hamvention about 8 years ago, some guy came up to me and says, Joe, you got to talk about this soldering station. It's really inexpensive. It's around $60. And this company makes them, and they sell them through eBay and Amazon. And there's also a web page here at the bottom left on your screen. And I said, where does this come from? And he says, well, you're not going to believe it. It comes from someplace in Nebraska. And I said, oh, come on, I live in Nebraska. He says, yeah, it comes from Lincoln, Nebraska. Look at the label on the box. And I looked at the address, and I thought, that's just across town from me. And I got to visit them, and I got some samples of different products, and they make an amazing set of stuff that they import, and then they package in Lincoln, Nebraska. This particular one, is temperature controlled. Now, just because it has a dial doesn't mean it's temperature controlled. This one has a digital temperature readout, so you know that the temperature is going to be right. That is very important because once you bring that solder tip down to the pad where you're soldering and you add the solder to it, what's that going to do to the temperature of one of those $7 cheap irons, okay? It's going to draw it down, okay? And then when it sits on the cradle, what's it going to do? It's going to get way hot, okay? Well, you don't want that. You want it to give you a steady temperature. This thing will keep it plus or minus 2 degrees Celsius, which is the same as the standard for manufacturing. For $60, you can't go wrong. It comes with a solder mat. It comes with some solder. It comes with solder sucker. It's got wick. It's got extra tips. It's got board holders. I thought, wow, it even holds a roll of solder for $60. So it works pretty good. When you're looking at a soldering tool, you want it to be ESD safe, and that's electrostatic discharge. Now we're sitting in a room where the humidity is high, so we're not going to really worry about it here. And at home in Nebraska, same thing this time of year. In the wintertime, when it goes down to 10 degrees above or below zero, and you heat that air up, your humidity is so low that when you touch something metal, what happens? Kazap. But if you touch a CMOS part, how much voltage does it take to do that? Now, when I make a kazap, that's 10 kV, okay? If I was to touch a little part that's CMOS, those can go out with 30 volts. You're never going to feel that, okay? So I could do a whole nother seminar about ESD. Just ground your cookie sheet and you'll be fine. But be careful when you're dealing with low humidity. There's a whole nother set of soldering irons out there. And by the way, the last one I showed has a sleep mode. When you hang it up, like hanging up your phone, it calms down. It goes down to a much lower temperature, okay? And when you pick it up, it heats up within a few seconds. By the time it gets to your circuit board, it's already at full heat. As the heat gets drawn from it, it adds more right away so that it stays at the same temperature and the solder flows. Same thing with these little tiny things. It's now the TS101, okay? So it looks just slightly different than this. They sell for around $80 online, plus or minus a bit. You can get it on Amazon. You'll see it has 2 buttons on it, and those control the temperature, okay? The neat thing about this tiny little thing is it comes with a small power supply, kind of like a small laptop supply. And I take this with me when I travel. So in my bag, I might have one of these things, okay? If I'm really desperate and I don't have AC, I can plug 12 volts into it and it works, okay? And it cools down when I'm not using it. And it heats up whatever you want. And if I need it higher for desoldering and need to turn up that heat, guess what? I just turn it up. And so it has all the features of a full-size soldering station in a thing the size of a pen. Okay. If you're building a lot of kits or kits with a lot of parts, nobody builds a kit, including me, without making mistakes, okay? If I'm building a more complex kit, I'm going to have that tool on the left ready. And it sells for around $120, $130 on Amazon. It is a temperature-controlled soldering station, but I'm not going to use that for soldering parts of the board because the handpiece has a hollow tip, okay? And I put that tip over the connection, even let the little piece of wire go into it as it melts it. And I pull the trigger on it, it sucks the solder right out of that into a little chamber in the handpiece, okay? The vacuum pump is inside the box, and there's 2 hoses that go to the handpiece. And the neat thing about that is it'll clear the hole for you, the part just falls out. And you can preserve the part so that it's not going to be damaged and you can put it where it belongs. Now the soldering station on the right, okay, where do you find that one? Harbor Freight, okay? And I thought, oh, how can this be any good? Well, it turns out it's an analog one, It is still temperature controlled. It does not cool down when you're not using it, but it keeps a steady temperature. Comes with the holder and the sponge and all that, so you can keep your tip clean. And by the way, I always clean my tip when I hang it up and when I pick it up. These things sell for $44.95. How many of you have ever paid full price for anything at Harbor Freight? Okay, you get the 10%, 20, 15, 20% off coupons and stuff. That's when you go buy one of these. They also have a digital soldering station now, which is pretty cool. Solder, I recommend 6337 solder, and it's not the 6040 that you and I are used to over the years. 6337 is a slightly different formulation. We call that eutectic solder, and the reason we use that in kit building is it flows a lot nicer with hand soldering. And I verified this because two of the customers that I fixed printers and maybe a server, they had Heiko soldering stations all over the plant because they made electronic devices, okay? And they had 6337 solder. They used Kester, which is fine, and that's what I've used for many, many decades. But this stuff now at Harbor Freight, and I'm trying to remember the Harbor Freight part number on that, but if you look it up online and look up solder on there, you'll find this 6337 solder, and it's $19.95 for a half-pound roll, okay? Now, I recommend rosin core no clean because it looks better and doesn't leave the brown splotches on your circuit boards and so forth. And this particular width of solder, okay? Once again, do I ever pay $19.95 for it? I wait till it's on sale or they have one of those, you know, so much % off anything, and I end up paying like only 14 bucks or something for something like that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's still tin lead. I do not recommend using lead-free solder because it is difficult to work with if you're hand soldering, okay? But when I did a group kit build in Germany 10 years ago, that was all they let me use. So you have to increase your temperature and just flow it a little longer, okay? But I don't recommend using it on any of the kits that we commonly build in this country. Some nice things to have: a variable voltage power supply with meters, especially dual meters for current and voltage, so you know what you're going to supply to that kit. And guess what I also recommend? When you set that, let's say your kit needs 9 volts, so you dial that supply to 9 volts and the meter says 9 volts, I still stick my fluke meter in it just to make sure that that thing is right, because you don't know. Okay, a frequency counter can be helpful. An oscilloscope. Right now, if you go out in the flea market, CRT scopes are as cheap as can be. I've seen Tektronix out there already that are like $90. A couple years ago, that would have cost you $400. But you can get LCD scope kits as cheap as $23 online, and they work just fine. Dummy load. Okay, whenever I'm building a transmitter, any kind of transmitter or transceiver, when I very first turn on the power, I always have a dummy load connected to it. Why? Because you don't know if there's a short on the board or something, your cat is standing on the key or something, and when you turn it on, you don't want it to be key down into nothing. Why? Because a lot of kits don't have VSWR protection. So I always connect the dummy load first. Even if it's a transceiver, I'm not going to hear anything on the receiver except noise, the base noise floor. But I know that I'm not transmitting into nothing or a dead short or things like that. Dummy loads are not real expensive, and there are kits you can get to make QRP dummy loads. We talked about the vacuum desoldering station. That is really worthwhile if you're going to be really serious about building lots of kits. A general coverage receiver is a must for several reasons. One, some kits assume that you don't have a signal generator or a spectrum analyzer or things like that. But they tell you to take a general coverage receiver and bring the antenna forward. So you want to make sure that solder flows through and a tinned wire conducts the solder through right away, okay? So that toroid is not going to be intermittent. It's going to be physically strong, so you won't have any microphonics or anything like that in your oscillator, and it stays in place and it works, okay? So I always tell people, take your time and enjoy the experience. Now, for the real toroid haters out there, I tell you to do them first. Do the toroids first. Do all the winding and counting and do the leads and so forth. And guess what? Then you label them. T1, T2, L1, L2, L4, whatever, and you put them in your parts thing. So when it comes time to put that on the circuit board, it's just like plugging in a transistor, okay? They're all ready for you when you're ready to go right through the kit. There's common mistakes that we make. Some RF chokes look like resistors, so you want to check their markings. Watch out for electrolytic and tantalum capacitors, because if they're put in backwards, they make really good firecrackers. And it's not the 4th of July yet. Use a magnifying light. I recommend you never use an incandescent one. I don't think they even sell them anymore, but some people still have them. I use a fluorescent or an LED-based lighted magnifier with the bright white light. That way the color temperature of the light makes the colors come out on resistors and so forth, and you can more easily check them. Okay, and there's 1/8 watt resistors in a lot of kits. The stripes are real small, and so magnifiers are great. Use your meter. Use your own meter. That will tell you even more. You want to watch the diode markings so you get those incorrect, and bend the leads really carefully, because those thin glass diodes can break, so you want to be really careful, as well as the tiny RF chokes and those little itty bitty tiny capacitors are really vulnerable to being broken, so you got to be really careful with those. I'm going to show you the slide that shows where you can get this stuff. Grab your phones and take a picture of this, and I will show this slide again at the end of the show. EAE sales is right out the door, okay? If you go out that door and look straight over towards the flea market, that's where he is. And he probably has the most stuff that kit builders use anywheres here at Hamvention. Tower Electronics is over there in Building 3. Andromace is out in the flea market. You got QRP Labs, which makes kits that are inside. There's all sorts of stuff in here and out in the flea market. The other ones, you can look at their web pages. VA Kits has a lot of kits that are under $15, really inexpensive. They're good for group kit builds, as are some of the kits from 4-State QRP. But the other suppliers, we're going to show you a little bit about them in the next couple of slides. Now, for about 12 bucks, you can go buy this thing. I like to give the Ronco speech. It slices, it dices, it purees. Now, it says it's a transistor tester. That's only a tiny part about what this thing does. You see those terminals down there on the lower right that says 1, 2, 3. What I do is I get those clip leads where you get a bundle of them for like $3 or something. I cut them, okay? And then I strip off about a 1/4 inch of insulation and I tin that so it's nice and stiff. And I put that in there. You can have 3 different colors. They can be blue, green, and orange, just as long as the colors are different. And then you take those 3 leads, you can clip them to the 3 leads on a transistor, and when you push the button it says, oh, that's an NPN transistor. Here's the HFE, which is the gain, and the forward voltage drop. Whoa, that's a lot of information. So it even identifies the leads on unknown transistors. That's pretty cool. If you clip a resistor to any pair of those wires, it says, oh, there's a resistor there, and this is its value. It's incredible. It'll tell you if a transistor is CMOS. So it says, oh, it's a CMOS transistor, and this is drain, gate, and source. or emitter-based collector on the PNP and NPNs, or SCRs or triacs. It identifies anything that you put in it. If you put a toroid in there, it's going to give you the DC resistance and the inductance. 12 bucks. And this is a kit. And so this is kind of fun to put together. Runs on a 9-volt battery, anything actually from 5 to 12 volts. If you don't want to put one together, these guys sell them online for about $19, okay? It is also a kit, but you don't solder anything. What you're going to do is you're going to do some tedious peeling of coating off of the plexiglass, and you just screw it together. There's no instructions or anything. You just kind of do it. The battery goes in there, and I thought, okay, I'm bolting this battery in this thing. Oh, that's not real convenient, but the good thing is, number one, when you push the button, it displays what the part is, and it tells you the battery voltage and so forth, and then it shuts itself off. So it's not going to use the battery very much. Now you notice I put a little transistor in there into what we call a ZIF socket, or zero insertion force. Okay, what I do is those same 3 clip leads, I just stick them in there. Now I've got the clip leads again, okay? And this thing lights up. I really like it, and I use the heck out of this. I do not do a group kit build without having a couple of these things around. This is a kit that's put out by the 4-state QRP group. The construction techniques of this AM broadcast receiver is soldering to pads. So what does that mean? When you desolder, all you do is you take the solder tip, tuck it back under the lead, lift it up. Don't need solder wick, don't need desoldering tools. Makes it very easy to fix it, great for a beginner, works great. The only caution I have is listening to AM talk radio. So we have an oldies station on 1480, and so I usually tune into that. But I did get some complaints when I put this in CQ magazine. The guy says, I love the kit. I was so embarrassed that my son was listening to sports talk radio. And that can get really, really, really bad. So, and nowadays that the half of it is talking about sports betting, and so it's not really good for kids to listen to, but you can always tune in the oldies stations. It's a fun radio, and it works quite well. Here's a kit that I like to do for first-time kit builders and groups. It's a power supply. It's called the wall wart tamer. It will allow you to use, I use old laptop power supplies. You ever see one of those connectors on the end that's a Dell connector? I cut it. I cut it off, okay, throw it away. And then I take the 2 leads that come out, and I treat the leads, and I tin them, and it goes in. But you can also use a doorbell transformer or a furnace thermostat transformer that's like 24 volts or up to 30 volts AC going into there, not the wall socket, but you're going to use anything from roughly 15 volts AC up to 30 volts AC. It's got a full wave bridge rectifier in there. So guess what? The input doesn't matter to the polarity, okay? It can be, you don't know what the polarity of that laptop connector might be, but we put it in there, we don't care, okay? But what comes out, we do care. So you got filter capacitors, you got a regulator, and you got a tiny itty-bitty trim pot. Everybody complains about that. I say, okay, go buy a 5K linear pot and just wire it into there instead of that little one, okay? Build it into a nice box. Put a voltmeter on it. Wow, you've got a neat bench supply. It only puts out about 1.5 amps, but that'll run a lot of QRP kits up to a few watts of RF. So it's really good because once you have that power supply, you can build anything and power it from that, okay? Now, the next one, remember we all talked about cringing about toroids, okay? This is a 20-meter CW transceiver. And everybody says, oh my God, those Pixie receivers, you can't hear anything. Well, this is not a Pixie. This thing responds to signals down to minus 126 dBm, okay? That means it's just microvolt range, okay? It hears really, really good and pretty reasonable selectivity on it. Runs on a 9-volt battery, puts out 1 watt of RF on CW. It's got the key built in. Where's the toroids? Where's the inductors? They are spiral wound on the circuit board. This was designed by David Kripe, NM0S, who is here, and he will be at 4 Days in May tonight, and he runs that operation there at the 4 Days in May. And he designed this. He is a senior level RF design engineer at Collins Aerospace. Yes, he's a Collins radio engineer, and he designed this kit. And he designs a lot of the 4-state kits, so it's a lot of fun. All you do is plug in the headset, turn the switch on, and hook an antenna to it. Everybody says, well, it's got no volume control. Well, guess what? You can get these headsets that got the up-down buttons in them. Okay, this kit, I still have it on here because he's still selling a few of these. He's selling them out. He is getting out of the kit building business. But I wanted to show this because it's an interesting example of what is going on in kit building. And that is that there are surface mount parts, okay? You can look at the lower board there and the upper board, and you can see there's a whole bunch of surface mount parts, but they're already placed for you. Most kits that have surface mount parts, those kits are already mounted on the board for you. So all you got to do is the through-hole parts. What he did is he had seen my seminar, and he says, well, I'm going to sidestep your whole sorting out parts. I'm going to sort them for you. And so he has an electronics manufacturing plant. And so he has the parts in these ribbons of plastic, okay? And you open up one part of it by taking a scissors and then shake the parts out into your work surface. So you do one section at a time. So when you stop, they're still all sealed up. Okay, so you put it in a little box and that's it. You don't have to worry about loose parts out. That's kind of neat. I really like this kit. I've taken this out on POTA several times. It gets really good reports. It doesn't have any menus or anything, but it does have a digital display. This is what it looks like in my little POTA kit for it. I have a notepad and a pen. Where do I get all these? Everybody says, where do you get all those neat little notepads? I go to ag shows with my fellow hams that are farmers, okay? I'm not a farmer, but I go with them anyways, and I come home with about 20 pounds worth of freebies. T-shirts, hats, whatever, and lots of notepads and pens, okay? So those go into my POTA kit. That straight key on the right, I make that with my 3D printer, and that is the model key that I supply to the youth on the air every year. We have this year, I think I made 30 of those 3D printed kits. I made 30 of those 3D printed kits for the Youth on the Air program. I keep earbuds and everything else in there in the power cord, so that little container is ready to go. This is a kit that I highly recommend for first-time builders. It's a simple FM broadcast receiver. Now, it does have a surface mount IC, but I can teach even first-time kit builders how to put that IC on the kit. And once they've done that, they're not even afraid of surface mount parts anymore. And it's a lot easier than you think. What I do is I solder the two corners. Then I take the soldering iron, I run right down it, and I don't care if I leave shorts or anything on it. Just as long as I got solder on every pin, I do both sides. And then I turn the board upright, and I put the soldering tip sideways on it, and I draw the excess off onto the tip, shake it off, clean it, do the other side, and guess what? It looks professional. And it works all the time. And this is a stereo FM receiver. I think these kits are about $5, okay? If you get that. Now, you got extra costs. I get this on Amazon, believe it or not. No, it's you just have to look at an FM DIY kit. And I can come up with a link. If you send me an email, I will send you a link of different suppliers that have it. The next kit. Okay.
You said that's an easy kit for
Yeah.
a beginner.
Mm-hmm.
And so, can you give an estimate on this takes 2 hours, 4 hours?
I've never taken more than an hour.
For a beginner.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never taken more than an hour with it. If you carefully show them how to solder and so forth and walk them through some of the parts, sometimes I end up helping them with the IC, but at least they learn the method to do it. And you can see there's only a handful of parts, buttons and so on that are on there. It works really well. And you can see stereo earbuds, I supply those with the kits as well. I like to use this one as a beginner's kit because they walk out of there with an FM stereo receiver that actually is reasonable sensitivity. It actually picks up a lot of signals. But it also goes below our FM broadcast band. It starts at 76 megahertz and scans up to 108. Everybody says, well, what do I do with that? Go to a football stadium, because some of them have these special receivers that you got to pay extra for. They operate below the FM band in the old TV channels, and this picks it up. I went to a Nebraska game one time that they were testing that system, and it worked. It picked it up. This is a kit that we're doing in the Heartland Homebrewers and QRP group in Nebraska. I found this online, and then I bought the parts in bulk, and then I 3D printed the plastic parts on my 3D printer. So all they got to do is put this together, wind the balun and stuff, and cut the wires, and you have a nice QRP dipole. I made a 10-meter one, and the SWR is no higher than 1.8 on any part of the whole 10-meter band. That's wonderful. You can use it for 10 FM. You can use it for beacons or parks or sideband, whatever you want to do. I order the parts in bulk through Fastenal and some other sources online, and so it doesn't cost as much. Some tips: remove all the distractions. Let your voicemail pick it up. RTFM stands for Read the Fine Manual. Yeah. Sometimes I say the other word as well. Use your cookie sheet to keep things from getting away from you. Make sure you have your batteries and power supply ready, plugs, jacks, and cables. Now, I buy batteries in bulk at Sam's Club or Costco. It's a good deal. But what I do is I test each battery before I put it in, because sometimes that 48 pack of batteries is not 48 good ones, okay? Keep your standard spare parts on hand. Keep your soldering tip clean. Use good lighting and magnification. Take your time and enjoy the fun. Now, this is what I look like at the end of sweepstakes where I live. Everybody wants Nebraska, so it's fun, and I've made a few plaques in sweepstakes being a good signal from Nebraska. This is the slide once again. Use your camera. And this shows the location of the ones that are at Hamvention, and the ones on the bottom are websites for kit suppliers.
Just one comment on the Plano fishing tackle box you're talking about. Don't get the one from Harbor Freight.
No.
The plastic is very, very brittle.
Yeah, it's Yeah, I've seen the one there, and it's really thin and stuff, and they're not easy to change the partitions. The Plano one works great. Anybody else? Thank you so much for coming out. I got to hang up the phone here. Hey, I always do that for you. You know that.
I know you do. I know you do.
I grew up in Lincoln. I got my license in '69. Graduated from CSI. Where did you go to school?
I went to Westside in Omaha. And then I went to college in Lincoln at State. So I came to Lincoln in the fall of '72. You bet.
One question for you. I've got the Hoppo soldering iron, and I think I'm using 6327 here. But I'm wrapping up like 700, 750 degrees to get the pellet.
Really? Because I usually set it at about 630.
630.
That's what I do. The only time I turn it up above that is when I'm desoldering, like using whip.
I'm assuming he probably put on like an older version. Hey Tim, are you okay if we just reformat the text a little bit? Sure. All right, I'm just gonna reformat just the text boxes. Yeah, it's just slightly off. It's just slightly off. I'll just go through and do that, and we should be okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Bye.
You're gonna be at the youth. Which one do we want to keep on our?
Yep, I'll be there.
Please sleep over there tonight.
Okay, it should look okay enough, Tim. Hopefully. Let's see if we can. Oh, is that?
There we go. The rest of the slides are okay?
Yep. Well, one or two were a little off. I just adjusted slightly. So.
Okay, make sure you get one of those prize tickets, because at the end we're going to have a drawing, and we got some really nice things to give away.
Yep. Make sure you guys use the microphone.
You have to press the talk. This one.
Nope,
No, just
talk
talk.
into it.
Yeah.
Just make sure you get kind of close so we can hear you on the live stream. That's the recording and everything.
Gotcha.
That way people are home. Big people right now. All right. Well, not 24, but 4 more. Good. Thank you. One more for you. Yep.
Okay, while the monitors are giving out the prize tickets, make sure you get one and throw it into the bag. Okay, you all passed the first test. You found this room. Okay. Robert, would you mind shutting the door? Okay, good morning, everybody. In the interest of time, and because old habits die hard from my teaching days, we start on time. And again, kudos to all of you for finding this room. Okay, I am going to bypass any presentation that I might normally give during this forum for 2 excellent reasons. And that's because of the 2 guest speakers we have here today that I think you will get a lot from. Okay, and the first speaker is somebody who we all know. The second one is a special guest for this weekend and will be at my youth forum tomorrow as well. What I wanted to say to all of you, how many of you are teachers? How many of you are instructors of some kind looking to work with young people in technology and radio? A perfect audience, perfect audience. Okay, that's so the speakers know who they're addressing and what your needs might be. And what I will say to you is, please use me as a resource. You do not need to reinvent the wheel. At my call sign, wb2mgp@gmail.com. Any questions on an individual basis, that's where you can find me. You're not bothering me, and we can address your particular situation, because every region, every part of the country is different when it comes to bringing this into a school or even teaching it with scouting troops, etc. So contact me. I am happy to share where free resources would be through my RCA, Radio Club of America, Youth Activities Program. So again, you'll know where all the youth nets are, etc. Just get a hold of me. So that's why I'm not doing a PowerPoint today. But I did want to leave you, when I go around the country into different principals' offices, I pick up my wisdom sometime from there, and I just want to share 2 things with you. On one principal's office, it said, Ben Franklin once said, "Tell me something and I'll forget it. Teach me something and I'll probably remember it,
but involve me and I will learn it. Now that's, people who are teachers understand where that one's coming from. And then, this is not a political statement, I promise you, but I saw this and I wrote it down. Those who can, teach. Those who cannot, make the laws for those of us who do teach. Okay, so on those words of wisdom, I'm going to introduce our first guest, who probably does not need any introduction, and that's Tim Duffy, K3LR. Specifically, something you might not know, last year, due to unforeseen circumstances, he hosted the Dave Coulter Memorial Youth DX Adventure and plans to do it again this year. And if you don't already know what that is, that's why we have Tim here. If this doesn't inspire you and give you the motivation, then just call me and we'll take care of that. Tim, without further ado, you know we love you, Tim Duffy. Tim Duffy, before it was politically correct, decades ago, always supported the youth activities at RCA. And for that, we love you. Tim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carol, and we love you, Carol. It's great to be here, and talking about youth is one of my favorite things. Many of you know we had Contest University yesterday, and we have one of our professors here, Katie Campbell, KE8LQR, in the audience today, and very proud of Katie and Grace and the rest of the youth that are involved. So let's talk about the Youth DX Adventure and kind of what happened last year. This YDXA is named for David Coulter, who is the brother of Michael Coulter, who was unfortunately a silent key. And they, through donations, have been going to DX locations for many years, except for with COVID. They had a little bit of trouble getting everything all together, so we offered last year to come to K3LR, which included coming to DX Engineering. So we had a DX Engineering visit to start this out. This is the end of July last year, and we had all the kids come over. There were 4 youth involved in this adventure, and so coming to DX Engineering, and then as part of what we did there, I asked each one of the 4 youth to actually write a paper and give a presentation to the DX Engineering staff. And that's a pretty imposing thing when you think about the age and getting a PowerPoint presentation together, but each one of the 4 did it, and it was really, really inspiring because you could see that they were all in. And they got to meet the DX Engineering staff and tour the store. And then we went on to the K3LR Superstation store, or Superstation itself. You know, when I go up and buy things at DX Engineering, one of the cashiers said, "Don't you have everything already?" But we had a nice outdoor tour of the antenna farm. And one of the things that I'm most proud of at K3LR is every year we give 15 to 20 tours to clubs that drive in. And so this was the first thing we do is go through the K3LR antennas. Everybody likes antennas that's involved in amateur radio, and my neighbors have learned to enjoy antennas as well. So this year, these 2 youth ladies were operators last year, part of YDXA. They're coming back as graduate assistants this year for a whole new crop of youth operators through the Youth DX adventure. And very proud, Katie Campbell is here in the audience, and she's 16 years old and just finished her sophomore year at Columbiana high school, where they have a very nice amateur radio club that DX Engineering has participated in, and her primary interest is in CW contesting. The great thing about the kids of today, a lot of them, they learn CW. They don't need to learn CW to get a license, but they find it very fascinating and intriguing that they can send secret messages amongst their friends, you know, without their parents knowing what the heck they're talking about. But Katie takes it to the next level. She's also an instructor for the Long Island CW team, and on Sunday night she teaches CW to other youth. And you don't even have to have an amateur radio license to participate in that. So Katie was part of the K3LR team last January for the 160-meter contest, as well as the K8AZ team. So she's well on her way to participating in a lot of contests. And why contests? Well, you know, kids of all ages, and I'm one of them, very competitive. And they, you know, it's like field day on steroids on these major contests like the YLRL contest or the CQ contest. And Katie and Grace and other youth have really, you know, found contesting to be a tremendous fun thing to do. See how many people you can work in how many different DX locations. And Grace will be along as another graduate assistant mentor this year. Grace just graduated from high school, and she'll be going to a university here in Ohio next fall and majoring in electrical engineering. So very, very proud of Grace. And she was part of the K3LR team back in October last year. And yesterday at the Contest University, we gave Grace her very first CQ Worldwide plaque because she was part of the team that was #1 in the U.S. and #2 in the world. So the contest that we will operate as part of the Youth DX Adventure is the IOTA contest. This is Islands on the Air, and again, it's at the end of July. So there's a lot of activity, and through the mentors at YDXA, Jim Storms, they've acquired the K3Y call sign. We were W3Y last year. So this year will be Kilo 3 Yankee, and using that 1x1 call sign. So that helps identify the YDXA operators and also provides tremendous pileups as a result. So it's really going to be good. This year we're going to operate all 24 hours of the contest. So the kids will get a lot of on-air activity. With Katie's leadership, we're going to do CW this year. And because last year she had this sad face midway in and says, well, I want to work some CW. And we weren't set up for that. But this year we're going to have CW, so it'll be really good. And then operating all frequencies 80 through 10 meters. So here is the team that we had last year, and that included Katie and Grace, along with Agnes and Ben, and then the YDXA mentors, Jim Storms, Michael Coulter, myself, Terry, KMNJ, and Amy, N8AMY. Amy is responsible for this beautiful slide deck here this morning, and put together some photos of the team having a good time during the contest. And why doesn't, there we go. So you can see here's Katie, KELQR in the middle, operating on 20 meters, working people as fast as she can talk. That tremendous pileup, over 1,000 QSOs in 12 hours on 20 meters. And also there's Grace on 40 meters and the whole team in the upper right-hand corner. So great bunch, and looking forward to this year as well. Again, getting kids involved, but the real key to the success of this was that the kids made all the contacts. The mentors and the adults made no contacts whatsoever. So this is all driven by youth operators. So that is the story of the Youth DX Adventure for 2024, a little bit of history on 2023, and I would ask that you watch the DX bulletins, etc., and get on the air during the IOTA contest at the end of July, and look for Kilo 3 Yankee. And Carol? Oh, do you have any questions this morning? Any complaints about DX engineering? I'll take that chance. Yeah. So what the question is, what is the cost per youth member to do this? And it's totally underwritten by the YDXA mentors. So they take donations, and they have a booth here at Hamvention and so forth. So I don't know the exact amount per student, but I know it's all the expenses are taken care of. And a parent for each one of the youth operators comes with them. So we have a parent plus the youth operator. Yes, Stan.
I've been to your QTH. How long does it take you to orient them to operating one of the positions?
So the question was, how long does it take to orient somebody at one of the operating positions at K3LR? I'm very proud that we use all ICOM radios. We use the same radio at each one of the stations, and ergonomically, that is a fantastic radio because within 5 minutes, they can be operating and on the air. And so it takes very little time. Single band amplifiers, they don't have to worry about any of that. Just start entering call signs in the log and they're off and running, Stan. So it works out really good. Sergio. What Sergio's question is, what is the best contest to start youth operators in? And I really think the U.S. Field Day is probably the best because it's a great opportunity to mentor and lead by example, and so that it's not a full-out, knockdown, drag-out contest. So, yeah, that's really good for that. Colleen, did you have a question? Amy knows the most about that. Is that they are still accepting applicants?
Oh, tell them how you go about it.
Yes, so you go to the Youth DX Adventure, just Google that, and it'll take you right to the site. And then on there, there's an application form for applying to be part of YDXA 2024. Any other questions?
Just quickly, what are the requirements or qualifications for the youth? How do you determine?
You know, I'm not on that committee that determines that, but I think they take a look at the youth resume, and they take a look at like activities, how well they're doing in school, and then also their amateur radio background. Would they be a good fit for this? So, you know, and it's never too early to get started with these kinds of applications. Yes, Amy.
Teacher, I'm so happy to be here. I love this class. Oh, okay, then we'll let that slide. And then surreptitiously I say, of course, what the message really said was, this is a fat, ugly teacher, and I wish I was anyplace else but here. That's it, you've sold learning Morse code, and of course, secret language. And then when I speak at the PTA meetings, I tell the parents, why not get involved with your children? And at the end of the term, if they wish and I approve of them taking the license exam, and it had to be with my approval only, if you convinced me you were serious, you knew how to be respectful on the radio, etc., then I would help you or maybe pass you to a local club to help you to study for the license. But then I said to the parents, why not get involved? Here's a hobby you can participate in with your children. All you have to do is take the license exam and study with them. Now, that's a challenge to parents. And what parent is going to want to take an exam with their child and not pass it? And besides which, the PTA are the ones who give you the money to buy radio equipment for your class. Now, then when I get the kids, I say, now listen, try to convince a parent to study along with you. It will be helpful if you have somebody who's mentoring you and working with you for the same exam. And then I say, study at home with the one who has the money. That way you know you're going to get ham radio equipment should you both pass the test. So some incentive for everybody. So those are just a few of the tips. 30 years on combat duty. Again, be sure to contact me and we can speak about your specific situation. Now, this lovely young lady who's here, Juliana, traveled all the way from Brazil to be here with us today. And she was introduced to me by Mark, also who has a fabulous DX marathon program going. And you're going to hear more about this tomorrow. But I said I wanted her to speak with you today to tell you about what she's going to be explaining and doing a presentation on tomorrow. So here's our international guest speaker. Juliana, I would like you to speak and do your presentation.
Okay, I just need to plug it in the pen drive.
Okay. Juliana's call sign is PU5JDA. Angel traveled all the way from Puerto Rico to be here.
Como é que põe para apresentar? How can put it on there?
At all of my forums, whenever there's a technical issue, as you can count on, I always ask if there's a third grader in the auditorium.
It's not passing there.
And if you can't get it up there, you can tell us. I'm sure you know what you're going to say.
Yeah, I do. But, oh, there we go. Now it's working.
That's it.
That's it. Hello everyone, my name is Juliana. My call is Papa United 5, Juliet Delta America. I'm very happy to be here. I was invited by Mark. I'm very thankful, thank you. And Carol, great opportunity. Thank you very much. So today I'm here to talk to you about ham radio for a teenager. Well, each year we've been having less teenagers inside our community. That's bad because we need our hobby to continue. So how can we do this? How can we attract the young? Before finding solutions, we need to understand how a teenager sees the world, because adolescence can be very hard. I know this from experience. So I'm going to talk to you about some challenges that may come in this phase and how can this hobby help out a teenager. First of all, we have shyness. Many teenagers are shy. They have a hard time to communicate with other people, make friendships. So there's the question, how can this hobby help? You talk a lot. You talk to many people. So I can talk to somebody that's all the way across the world. I don't know, somebody from Japan if I want to. And this person can become my friend. And you know what's even better? You don't need to see this person to talk to her. That's a great tool for this teenager who is shy. And it's different from talking to somebody on your phone in high school. Because if you say something embarrassing, everybody in the school will know through gossip, of course. So in this safe environment that ham radio has, you can develop how to express yourself in a safe way. So now you have many friends that respect you, like you, are kind to you, and won't expose you to the rest of the world. So now you're not shy anymore. Then we have the knowledge barrier. What is that? It's when the teenager says, oh, I know everything from every single person inside this room. Well, actually you don't. You just know their names, maybe their age. I don't know. You don't really know many things. Maybe you know everybody inside your high school, but not from the whole earth. Come on, people. This person doesn't know so much things that they think they know. We need to expand the knowledge inside this person. For this person to learn, the teenager to see the world. Ham radio knows that. Okay, how can we do that? The knowledge that comes when you do ham radio is huge. Because, for example, you know a new alphabet. And how many teenagers do you know that know how to say Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta? How many? I know few. And for some teenagers, that makes them stand out. And for them, oh, that is great. Then we also have the school content benefits. Because I have a real-life example here. My brother. My brother knows everything about geography there is to know. All the countries, all the capitals, all languages that each country speaks. But how does he know that? Through ham radio. He learned that every country has its own space, its own laws. He knows that through ham radio. So this teenager can have a great access to school contents. And for nerds, for example, that's really good, my case. And if you zoom up a little bit, you can practice new languages. For instance, I am learning Spanish in school. I'm not really good at it, but I'm still learning. So if I have a friend who is Spanish, I can go and, oh, can we talk a little bit in Spanish? I have a test next week. We can. So for the teenager that likes to learn, know new things, ham radio is great. Another obstacle that I think it's one of the biggest is the competitive world that a teenager needs to face it. I'm going to give you guys 2 examples. First one, sports, classic. There are the winners and there are the losers. The winners rub on the face of the losers that they won. And the losers start thinking much less of themselves. Now I ask you, is it healthy, this kind of competition? No, it isn't. Why? You didn't learn anything from this. Oh, you learn from your mistakes. Yes, you do, when you try to learn from it. If you just say, okay, life is going to teach me things. No, you got to try. You got to make your effort here. You can only segregate yourself as a loser. It's not going to be marked on your face forever. Sometime you have to win. Now we have the other example. That is the populars and the nerds. Did you know that the populars actually envy the nerds? I know, that's kind of weird, but they do. You know why? Because the nerds are smart, and the populars wish they were smart. But they're not that as much. They aren't. And why do the nerds now envy the populars since they are smart? Because the populars have popularity. Many teenagers like to stand out, as I said. And who stand out in school? Populars. So the nerds are going to be like, oh, I should fake myself. I don't know, I should be trying to go with the populars. Guys, this is a competition. I'm sorry, but it's not healthy. Everyone is trying to compete against themselves to be better than the others. Now, we're going to go to ham radio. In ham radio, you have a healthy kind of competition. Do you know why? Because you learn from it. Let's see what you can learn. You are trying to win from the others, just like in sports. Well, that's a fact. But you're trying to achieve your own goals. That's a big lesson here. Look, if I made 100 points last year, I'm going to be very happy. But this year, I'm going to try to be better. I'm going to try to win from myself and make 200 points. That's my goal. And how am I going to do that? With focus and determination. Those are your superpowers here. You're a hero from yourself. You're trying to win from yourself. And with that, with focus and determination, you can achieve anything you want in your life. And that's a fact. So, contests inside ham radio can teach a teenager that you are capable of winning anything you want with focus and determination. And that is what I call healthy competition. And sometimes you can work in family. My example in my family is that sometimes we can do contests together. Me, my father, my mom, with my siblings, and it is very funny. So it can also teach a teenager that you can work on in a team. That you can, with other people, you can also achieve your own goals. Now, the last obstacle I want to talk to you is the lack of an open mind. Many young people, when they come home, they start looking at their phones. Okay, they're tired. It's okay. One day it's fine. One day it is fine. Now, months, years, doing the same thing each afternoon? Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. This teenager should be going out, seeing friends, doing their homeworks. So what is this example here? Example of an addiction. An addiction that doesn't teach you anything. That you're only going to be looking at the same screen every single day. That's not healthy physically and mentally. Ham radio can change that by its own existence of being a hobby. Because as you see, hobby substitutes the addiction because you're going to be learning, you're going to be having fun, you're going to be playing. That's what ham radio can give to you, fun and knowledge. And when you try to go away from the addiction, you can see that the world is huge and that you can learn many things. You can open up your mind to cultures, languages, friendships, anything you want to see, the world is out there giving it to you. There's just a screen blocking it. Why don't we break the screen and put something else, put a tool instead of a barrier? And with an opened mind, there comes perspectives. Perspectives teach you things, teach you how to understand many things that life is going to bring up to you. So through all of this, you can realize that ham radio is fun and teaches you things that not only are for schools or for your own house or to talk to somebody, but for your life. So to sum up, since I don't have much of time, I think that ham radio is a great tool for a teenager to go through adolescence. It can teach you how to make friendships easily, that you are in a safe community, that you can learn languages, that you can talk to somebody from all across the world, that you can now compete against yourself. You are your own competitor. And that with focus and determination, you can achieve anything you want in your life. So ham radio is there. We just need to present it for the young. How do we do that? We can put some stations in schools. We can gather some students to see it, touch it, listen to it. We have everything here. We just need to put it in practice. And I think that as members of this community, we can do it. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, this is from the perspective of where we want to get the clientele from. Again, personal opinion, best place, captive audience in the school. And there's different ways of getting it into a school. Not everybody would be as lucky as I was. It was taught in the school as a regular class, not a club, not an elective. It was part of, in those days, it used to be called the shop classes. But I ended up with 450 kids a term. That's 12 classes, 40 kids in each class. Because it was so successful, I didn't teach it as a licensing class. You'll never sell that to a principal. What does he care about who gets a license? It was taught as a high motivational class that related to every area of the school's curriculum. And if you need to say, well, how would that ever apply to? Just ask me, I'll tell you. It applied to every single aspect that gets taught in a school. And that's the selling. Make it be fun. You're learning about geography? Well, it's on a need-to-know basis. You just spoke to somebody in Ireland or Denver or Phoenix. Where is it? Have a big wall map. And here's what we did every term. We took a string of yarn, put it in Staten Island, New York, where I was teaching, and then we would pull string to every place we made a contact. And at the end of the year, the map was totally, it looked like a yarning class, a knitting class, because there was so much yarn. And an interesting fact I'll leave you with. 30 years of teaching, introduction to ham radio in the classroom. Every year, whoever went to that wall map to put the yarn and pull it, always looked to Staten Island first. Didn't matter where the contact was, including ladies. Absolutely. Never give a man a job. We don't test it out.
That might have me, I bet. And your call sign? Yeah. And G is my sister's name. Oh, okay. It's got to mean something to somebody somehow. Yeah, well, a lot of people are going lady girl. So that's what I put there. Okay. That's what they're saying. All right, that's good. Lady girls used to be a lingerie store in part of the country. They closed up and went away. Yeah. No, they're just always saying like. What? See ya. Bye. You want to be there tomorrow morning? I have to come late. I have booths to be at. I'll be there in the afternoon.
you're going to be at the uniform tomorrow?
I'll be in there late. I'll be there towards the end. I have commitments with WRTC and AMSET.
And the rest of the world. I know. But
I will be there though. I'll
sure
be there towards the end. I'll make sure to get you. I'm working on scholarships. I'm waiting for teacher recommendations to get back.
Oh
to
yeah, please do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get that in. So.
No, in the big room, room 2. Room 2. In that big building that says floors 1 and 2. Okay. That's a big, gigantic. Yeah, get in as early as you can because they'll load everything up on the computer.
Hey, test, 1, 2, 3.
So are we all set here? So I'm not ready to start yet.
Yeah, one thing is the wire string is black. We're trying to see if we figure that out, but that won't affect you. That's just us. Yeah, here, right here.
While we're waiting for everyone to join us, we have a couple of people walking around with door prize tickets for the YLs. So if you are a member of YLRL, you want to get a blue ticket. If you are not a member of YLRL, you want to get a yellow ticket. And while we're very happy to have the OMs as guests, they're not part of our door prize drawing because they really wouldn't want our prize. If you're a member, Linda's looking for you so you can get a blue ticket. Back that way, I think. This is forum room 4, and this is the YL forum. I just had somebody looking for room 3. No, this is room 4.
This is room 4.
Yeah. Well, he was looking for 3. He sat down and realized he was in the wrong place. So that's not. It's not working. But yours isn't on this one, Nancy.
You tried that on the other side?
Yeah, he's tried it on both sides.
Is there a place I can email it to?
We can.
Oh, this is a PC. If it was a Mac, I could have AirDrop.
I've been running all day.
Yes, yes. Okay, let me find it and download it. It's SE2, it's not the newest one. Yeah, it has it. Okay, it doesn't have a. Yeah, it does, but yeah, let me just email it to. Okay, sorry. Yeah. They're like waiting. Can we get to the website?
I didn't know it was an actual job you could have. I thought it was part of like being in IT.
Okay, put yeah.
I didn't realize how. Yes,
Yeah, quickly put it on the desktop.
how interesting.
All right, I'm gonna take this one out. No, don't do anything. No. While it's working, we do not do anything.
Correct. While it's working.
If it's working, we do not make any changes and let it copy. We say a silent prayer.
I never take drives out without closing
I know,
out.
yeah.
For whatever reason, this other drive made this
Maybe
drive
it's one
work.
work, so it's like it needed the other one.
It's those cosmic background radiation.
I don't need everything.
We're gonna get.
Because I only want
Yes. I checked when I got here. When does the other two end? 2 and 205. I think this one's 205, isn't it?
205.
Okay, so the other one just ended.
Is there anyone who didn't get a yellow or blue ticket yet? YLs. Yellow is for non-members, blue is for members. You should have one ticket or the other, not all of them. Raise your hand if you didn't get one yet. That's what we start with. Okay, just
make sure you guys use the microphone.
yeah. Oh, I know. Are we radio people? Do we know about what?
Do you want to present or you want to wait?
I'm gonna say about 3 sentences first. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to see so many of you here for the YL Forum. I'm Ann Manna. I'm the secretary for Young Ladies Radio League. And hope everybody has a ticket. If you didn't get one, put your hand up and one of our ticket door prize people will come and see you. And following the presentations this afternoon, we're going to do a group photo. Then we'll draw the door prize. Then there will be ample time to chase up the gal across the room that you said, oh, I haven't seen her in 5 years. Or I heard her say she's from, and I don't know her. So let's start. And I'm going to start with a presentation from our president of Young Ladies Radio League, Vicki, excuse me, Vicki Zumwalt, N6KLS, who couldn't be with us but would like to, and so she prepared something for us.
Welcome to the Young Ladies Radio League event today. My name is Vicki Zumwalt, and I'm the president of the Young Ladies Radio League this year and next year. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you at our convention in St. George, Utah, July 11th through the 14th. It's going to be an exciting time, and I'm really looking forward to it. I hope you'll all plan to join us. The Young Ladies Radio League was created in 1939 by a group of women who had the foresight to see that women in amateur radio need support. We need to give support and we need to receive support. And that's what Young Ladies Radio League is all about. We have a very robust website. I hope you've had a chance to look at it. A lot of excellent resources on there. And part of that website is our electronic publication, the Young Ladies Harmonics, the YL Harmonics. This includes information on parks on the air, summits on the air, CW, National Traffic Net, you name it. We have all kinds of information on there for you, for new hams and for seasoned women that have some questions about certain things with amateur radio. It's all there. Hope you'll have a chance to look at it. It's YLRL.net, and it's full and packed of information. We also have 3 honorary scholarships created for in memory of 3 women with the Young Ladies Radio League. This is administered through the Foundation of Amateur Radio, and we look forward to supporting that scholarship fund every year. We hope that you will too. You've all been very generous with our scholarship fund, and we hope you'll continue to do that. It's really important to support women, and that's what we're all about. You have a district chair in your area where you live, and this district chair has been holding Zoom meetings. I've been able to meet many of you at these Zoom meetings, and it's very exciting. So there are conventions, there are ham fests, and now, in addition to our ladies' nets, we have Zoom meetings. So we hope that we'll have an opportunity to meet you at one of those. I'm very excited that this year we are the Ham Club of the Year. The Young Ladies Radio League is the Ham Club of the Year for Dayton. And we are also an ARL affiliated club. We really value your membership, and I ask you, if you have ideas that would create more value for you with the Young Ladies Radio League, that you contact me. I'm always open to talking to anybody and everybody, women who are supporting amateur radio. I love my station. I'm calling here into you from Kingman, Arizona. Actually, the home of our Route 66 event coming up in September, so hopefully you'll join that. And I want to say a very warm 33 to all of you. 33 is love and friendship among women between one YL and another. So 33 to you today, and have a great day. Bye-bye now.
I thought I'd take a moment to introduce other officers and committee chairpersons of YLRL that are here. Debbie Johnson, WB6 LVC from California. Nancy Hall, KC4IYD from District 8, Ohio and environs. Linda Metz, KC8PKY, District 9, Indiana and others. Katie Cunningham, Kilo Echo 8 LQR, our youth chairperson. Vicki Lucien Schwab. Alpha Echo 7 YL, our receiving treasurer. Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? Alpha Echo 9. That's what I have written down. I don't know what came out of my mouth. Carol Lafferty, K4SAF, as our certificate custodian. And Cheryl Muir, N0WBV, is our librarian and publicity chair. And quickly, who's here from District 1? Either stand or wave your hand or raise your hand or whatever. District 2, New York, New Jersey. Oh, we got a few. Excellent. District 3. Very good. This is by where you live, not what your call sign is, of course. District 4. Good. District 5. Oh, we got one. 6. Debbie. 7. Got a 7? Oh, yay. 8. 9. Also pretty good. 0. Oh, we got 3. Victor Echo, Canada. I know there's some Canadian YLs here, but maybe they didn't make it down here. Any DXYLs here? Yeah, welcome. Oh, Alaska, Hawaii? Nobody. Okay. Well, welcome all of you from wherever you are. And as I said, after our presentations this afternoon, we'll have plenty of time for you to walk around and say hello and meet somebody. So, our first presentation this afternoon is by Katie, KE8LQR, and Grace, K8LG, and they're going to be speaking about YL's youth, which they are, and also about their YL contesting activities.
Organization, we're interested in all aspects of the hobby. So in September of 1939, a constitution and bylaws were created. To promote YLRL all over the country, a district chairman was appointed to each of the district call areas. In November of 1939, the first issue, which we still publish today, now electronically, of the organization's publication was born, and it was a single mimeographed sheet that contained a plea for new members. And yes, if you have not joined, please do. We are still making that plea currently. By the first anniversary, the publication had been named YL Harmonics and contained 15 pages, and the club slogan became QRV, I am ready. And ready these ladies were. By the time of the attack on Pearl Harbor, the YLRL stepped up. With around 2,500 members, these YLs took over teaching radio classes, serving in the War Department, and instead of being Rosie the Riveter, they were the CQ Annie, sending messages, working with cryptography, and becoming WIRES, Women in Radio and Electric Service. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt applauded their sincerity and their enthusiasm. And contests were added after the war, which included the OMs in the action, and certificates are added that both YLs and OMs can, to this day, still work towards. The YLRL was included in the congratulatory message to the 9th National ARRL, which was the second YLRL convention held in conjunction by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1955. That was our really big turning point for us in 1955. We also started at Dayton with a booth in the 1950s, and by the 1960s we had this YL forum as well. Members have been as young as 7 and as old as 104. She got back into it at 102, by the way, and I'm not kidding. YLRL funds 3 scholarships through the Foundation of Amateur Radio in honor of 2 of the founding turn the tongue over. And I'm supposed to be in amateur radio communications, aren't I? 2 of the founding mothers, including the YL who asked the fervent question, how many of us YL key twitchers are there out there? That was Ethel Smith, K4LMB, and the other founding mother, multiple officer holder, and founding mother Mary Lou Brown, NM7M. We added most recently a 3rd scholarship as well in honor of our former scholarship chairwoman, Marty Wessel, K0EPE. YLRL has been a service organization and a part of the Dayton Hamvention since the 1950s. And it is with great pleasure that we are able to announce that the Young Ladies Radio League has been awarded the 2024 Ham Club of the Year. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Our final presentation this afternoon, we're doing pretty well on our schedule, is about our YLRL 85th anniversary convention, which is being held in July in St. George, Utah. Now, somebody asked me, why would you go to St. George, Utah in July? Well, part of the reason is that the Rocky Mountain Division of the ARRL is holding their convention there, and they invited us to be a part of their event, not so much a parallel event with them. They're also hosting a RV, ham radio RV group at the same time. So it's like 3 conventions in one. So this is a new venture for us, although a few years ago we were in conjunction with Huntsville. So I'm asking Nancy, KC4IYD, to come up and tell us a little bit about that event.
Oh, it's on the desktop, okay. Too easy. Too easy. Yeah, it's, this one. It's a PowerPoint. Okay, hello everyone. Yeah, I'm here to tell you about YLRL's 85th anniversary convention. And as Ann mentioned, it's going to take place July 11th to the 14th at St. George, Utah. Just to give you some more information, I already told you when and where and you know what it is. It's the convention held with HamCon Zion, ARL Rocky Mountain Division. Why? Since the beginning and early history of YLRL, we've held a convention every 3 to 4 years to get members together. A lot of them we've chatted with on the air, but this is a way for us to meet. We also have a YL business meeting where we address different issues and the members there get to vote. We also have other events for the YLs and the OMs. The YL business meeting and luncheon is specifically for the YLs, but then we also have tours that both the YLs and OMs go on. We have sessions run by YLs. We have prizes. In some of the conventions, we offered amateur radio exams. Others, we offered these little mini classes where YLs can learn about different things, different mode of operation. If you had like a DMR radio, how do you program it? One of our conventions, we had a large number of DXYLs, so we actually had 2 banquets. We had one where the DXYLs highlighted their different countries, and then we had a combined YL-OM. So no conventions are the same, but it's, like I said, a great way to get information. And who's invited? While it is a YL convention, we also have YLs, OMs, as well as family and friends attending the convention. at the YLRL.net site, there's a link that'll take you directly to the convention page, or you can go to 2024convention.ylrl.net, and you can sign up and register. The registration deadline is May 21st. We extended it so folks here at Dayton can hear about it, here at the Hamvention can hear about it and register. One key thing I want to point out is the way the website is set up. If you want to sign up for a particular event, you need to check the box on the top left, and then also click the quantity. The way that it's set up, there'll be a quantity 1 for everything, but if you don't check the box, your item is not selected. And I know that has caused a little bit of confusion, but wanted to point that out. You fill out the information. We use PayPal as a way for funds, but you do not have to join PayPal. You can use a credit card, because I know some people have had issues with PayPal. But the way it's set up, after you go through it at the bottom, there's a way for you to sign up, like I said, just using your credit card. Then you hit, and there's also an area to put notes. So if you're coming and you bring your OMs or friends, we ask you to just include that information at the bottom. And then just hit submit. So at the convention, this is a timeline of what we're planning to do. So July 11th is going to be the meet and greet, and this is something we usually do at each of the conventions. We're also going to have a hospitality suite where we'll have history and information. July 12th is we're going to have 2 tours. We have a YLOM tour of Zion. This is where you'll actually go to Zion National Park, and there'll be a bus that you can go and stop at different places. Or there's also, there's a fee for that. Or there's a walking tour where to stop via van. That one has no fee. And then July 13 is the main bulk of the convention. We have the President's Breakfast in the morning. This is for the YLRL members, officers, committee members, as a way of YLRL saying thank you to all our officers, members, committee members who spend their time basically supporting and promoting YLRL. And then later in the morning, we have our business meeting and luncheon. While that's going on, we have an OM tour. And this year, it's at the Hurricane Mesa Test Facility, and it also includes lunch. And then after our meeting, and when the OMs come back, there's another tour, the YLOM Gunlock Loop Tour. And then in the evening, instead of having our own banquet, our banquet is going to be combined with the HamCon Zion, and all of the YL members will be together at a table. And then July 14 is our farewell breakfast. And again, this is another traditional thing we do on the last day. We have a farewell, and as everyone goes their separate ways. One thing I do want to add that's not listed here that we do at a lot of these conventions is we share these items called swaps. If you're a Girl Scout or know someone who's a Girl Scout, you've probably heard of it. It's a special, whatchamacallit, affectionately prepared. And it could be something as small as a little postcard or a trinket or something from your state or area that signifies you, and it has your name and call sign on it, and then you give that to a YL. So that's something that's really a tradition, and we've mentioned that on the website. And I believe, yep, that's it. I'll turn it over to Ann.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, now, we're ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. And so, because we are ahead of schedule, I want to do the picture. Okay, these are the things we have left to do. A photo of all the YLs that are in the room. It doesn't matter whether you're a member of YLRL or not. You're here at this forum. And if you go to our webpage, our picture is out of date. We need a new picture from forum. And then we'll draw the door prizes, and then there will be plenty of time, and I'll give some time for some questions and answers. But I want to get the picture done before we have somebody leaving on us. Now, I've been looking around the room, and they've arranged it differently this year. So I'm trying to figure out where our best shot is for taking a picture. And I'm thinking that maybe the back wall, even though there's an air conditioner on the wall. I think that that's the best choice. Some of you would probably prefer to be seated, which will be good because you can either sit on a chair or even on the floor. But if the tallest gals would go and line up on that back wall between the two windows and then keep filing up there, shorter gals in front, you know, kind of like school pictures. Yeah. Yeah. After the picture, I'm going to ask you to go back to your seats and we'll do the drawing. And then we'll do questions and answers.
Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I think there's only 3 people right now watching.
Okay.
Here is the wireless microphone. It's off right now, so if you want to do Q&As, you can turn it on.
Okay.
Or you can just have them yell.
Okay.
If they don't use the microphone, we can't hear in the live stream. So
Well,
if
then-
you want to ask a question that you don't want to be live streamed, your biggest bet is to just not use the microphone at all.
I can repeat questions that people ask so that they don't. Now that you're not showing anything, you want to pull out my sticks?
Yes.
Is there anyone who does not have a a door prize ticket? If you're not a member, you should have a yellow ticket. If you are a member, you need a blue ticket. Raise your hand. I've got 2 people with tickets. We're going to do the tickets by number, so.
Yep.
You know what it is?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. The rebuilt one? Yes. Yeah, I talked to Michelle. So, free time.
Any other questions? Hold on a second.
I just was thinking about this. Perhaps you could do something like each one reach one, so that you're sponsoring younger people or other women to be ham radio tech. Each one reach one.
Thank you. Good idea. And we do have sponsorships.
We do. We do have sponsorships. A lot of them are DX because it's harder for DX to get the monetary exchange over. Not so hard anymore with PayPal and all, but we do that. We also have a number of YLs who sponsor new members and youth as well in our organization. It's something if you come to the booth and you need to hook up with somebody or there's somebody who's a potential member who is not able to either financially or their youth, we can hook you up with sponsorships that way. The other thing I wanted to point out is that if you are not licensed yet, but are working towards or considering getting your license, or maybe you're working on the test but haven't passed yet and are really close, we have a few options for you as well. We have a number of VEs all over the country who sometimes the YLs want to go with a YL because they figure it'll be a little bit more familiar to them. But we also have a way on these nets, like the HF net, if you have someone you know who is licensed for 20, 40, on the air, Echolink, however you want to do it, you can have them be a third-party control op, and then you can get on to those nets and you can try it and see what you like. So you can take the baby steps. We've got people who do everything from the big D expeditions on down to those who just stay on 2 meter and ask their person in the family, hey, can you go get the mail, go get the milk, go get the mail, go get something I need. It's a little bit of everything. So whatever you're looking for, there should be, hopefully, something that we can connect you with. There's different hobbies. A lot of people talk about their hobbies, whether it's movies or quilting or whatever. We're an all-encompassing. Mostly we are a service organization. So it's women helping women in amateur radio, but it is also something where it is something that we also incorporate the whole family as much as possible. So there are things that the OMs can do in your family as well as the YLs. And again, all ages are welcome. And if you have any questions, again, please stop by the booth.
Okay. Any YLs that have flex radio? Because I'd like to intervene with others. I'd like to be able to make friends with other YLs that are familiar with.
Yeah. Any YL here have a flex radio? Here's someone who's in need of your help. And this is one of the things we just, yeah.
Well, and that'll be with the, yeah, that's
yes.
what this last part's going to be used for everybody with different hobbies.
And that, mhm.
Go connect.
Yep.
This is what we're all about. Women helping women in amateur radio.
Yes.
We want to connect with each other because that's what this is. It's the way to communicate,
Yep.
and that's what really the most
Yeah, and then something else to add, because I know some people came in late, is our newsletter, YL Harmonics. We have a separate section for each of the different districts. I'm the district chair for District 8. I get news from those YL, and I put it in the newsletter. And what's neat is you get to read about what's happening in different districts, whether they're having a Hamfest or some other event, and that's being put there. So if anyone, like I said, is familiar with Flex Radio, come over here because we have somebody here who's interested. Are there any other questions? Dan?
Okay, guys, your chance to talk to your friends, make a new friend, make a sked. What a thought. No, we thank you all for coming. It's been great. I thank Katie and Grace for their presentation. I thank Cheryl and Nancy for their presentations. And I thank all of you for coming. And stop by the booth if you haven't. We have a guest book. It's just your name and call sign. It's all. We're not taking your life story. Unless you want to give it to us.
we got what, 100 minutes? We have 100 minutes? Okay, how much do you want, 50 or 40 or what do you want? This one here is purchased from Rig Expert, who has a boat booth inside. But that's the receiver right there. That's the receiver built into it. And with that receiver, with this, you know, if you put a handheld radio on, this is designed to put a handheld radio on there. But as you get close to the signal, you have to attenuate. If you don't attenuate, the signal's going to be so strong, your meter, I don't care what direction you turn the antenna, it's going to be pegged. Yeah. And so, but this has got it built in, the attenuator built in, and it's totally automatic. It automatically adjusts itself as the signal gets stronger.
And what just curious, what's it on 144?
Yeah, it's all 2 meter.
2 meters. That's what I'm licensed at. 2 meters. 2 meters, 70 cents. 70 cents.
What antennas do you recommend?
Now, by looping it, does that help make it?
Oh no, that's just for storage.
Oh, that comes out straight loop?
Yeah, that comes out straight, just like this.
Oh, okay. Man, you guys finally went down good. Yeah. bungee cord or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just for storage. It makes it easy to carry that way.
Yeah. Things we make. This looks like a homemade job there too.
Yeah, that's what they refer to as a passive attenuator. It works by having resistors that go to the ground, have some of the signal to ground and
Oh, yeah?
everything like that. When you get too close, depending on how much signal you have, that becomes useless. And what you want to go within is what's referred to as either called an active attenuator or an offset attenuator, which is basically an oscillator that oscillates at, let's say, 4 megahertz. And so you take your radio and you tune your radio either 4 megahertz above or below the frequency that you're on, and then you can adjust it with a potentiometer, and you can come right up. I mean, I could be running 100 watts right there, and I can take the antenna and actually move the antenna, go back and forth with it, and watch the meter go up and down. It works a whole lot better if you have an active attenuator. From a distance, those are okay. But if you get too close,
Now, what state are you from?
Kentucky.
Oh, I'm from Centerville, Scott Street.
Okay.
Traffic probably 20, 25 minutes away. Yeah, I belong to DARA.
Okay.
We have a meeting here. Everything was full.
I can imagine. Yeah. I've been to a couple of there. In fact, I did a presentation there.
Okay. Yeah, I also belong to Bellbrook.
Somebody from DARA asked me, they always seem to have people jamming the talking frequency sometimes, at least at the time there was anyway. They asked me if I would try to get who was doing the, I said, yeah, I'll get that meeting work on it. I said, but I know you have multiple remote receivers. I mean, you got multiple antennas that all feed back into one, I said, can you give me the frequencies and locations of your remote receivers? So that way I can listen and tell what area that's, I mean, if all I'm listening to is just the input frequency to the repeater, then, I might not even hear him. I might be too far away, but if I know, at least know what remote he's coming in and where they are, I can say, okay, he's way over here on that side of town, and I'm over here, or something like that, and they wouldn't give me the remote frequencies and so forth. I won't forget it then.
Yeah, we had that with Barclays, so somebody gets on there and just talking about him.
You guys good to go? Good to go? Just make sure you talk into the microphone.
Okay.
We're recording and we're live streaming it, so they won't be able to hear you if you don't talk.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you're
Where are you filming from?
right there. No cameras, just the presentation.
Oh, just presentation.
Yeah, just the screen.
Okay.
So, just as long as you stick to PowerPoint, everything should go smoothly.
Okay, so they're not gonna see me with a piece of wood
No,
in my
no,
hand or
no.
anything? Okay.
Unfortunately, that's
Next year.
That's a lot of extra time, a lot of extra effort, a lot of extra man hours.
Yeah.
We already can't really keep up with 3 people for a live stream. Just